Tan Lei, a remarkable entrepreneur, has started a company. Can we press? Yeah, there we go. That is finally building a brain controller for the rest of the world. We think it almost works. And with luck, we've asked somebody appropriate to help her demonstrate that. So Tan, stage is yours.
Thanks, Mike. And thank you for including me in this session, because magic, I think, and mind control is probably mankind's most grandest and oldest fantasies. I can remember back just watching Eric performance earlier. I can remember when I was a little girl thinking, and watching a magic performance, thinking, now I could do that myself. If only I could think something and make that move. And watching the Star Wars series, the same thought crossed my mind. And it wasn't until I was 26, over dinner one night, it was quite serendipitous that I actually had the opportunity to meet one of my friends, world-renowned neuroscientist, Professor Alan Snyder, who's probably most well known for the theory behind the optical fiber, for which he won a Marconi Prize in 2001. And Alan had devoted his entire life to researching about the brain and, wow, this light is bright, and understanding how it actually affects autistic savants. And his theory was all about the idea that everybody has an inner genius, and it's our perception, it's our education that actually prevents us from being able to tap into this inner genius. Anyway, the conversation over dinner lasted several hours, and it was 3 a.m. in the morning when we started to talk about the ideas around communication and the brain. And this really started the concept behind emotive. So if you look at the way that we interact with machines up until this point in time, it's always involved some form of direct or conscious command, whether it's something as simple as turning on the lights with a switch, or even as complex as programming software. We've always had to give a machine a command or a series of commands in order for it to perform a specific function for us. But on the other hand, if you look at the communication between people, it's actually a lot more interesting and much more informative, because we take into account far more than what is explicitly expressed. So we observe facial expressions, we observe body language, and from that we can start to intuit feelings and emotions into our dialogue with one another. And this is an area that is completely lacking in our communication with machines. And so our vision at Emotive, which is the company that I co-founded together with Alan, Nam, and Neil Westy, our belief is that the next generation of human-computer interaction needs to evolve beyond the limits of conscious or direct inputs. And this idea of being able to integrate both conscious and non-conscious commands into the dialogue will play a really big part. And this is what we call total communication. And really, when you look at the technology landscape and the way that it's changing, there is some really interesting trends. The nature of information is changing radically. Searching, for example, in the past it's very simplistic with just data and text, but now you've got multimedia type applications, audio-visual type applications, interactive applications, and you need a much more efficient way of looking at content. I have, 3,000 songs in my iTunes. If I actually had to manually rank from 1 to 5 stars every single song, every time I listen to the piece, it's a very tedious process, and I really don't have the time or the energy or the inclination to do that. But if I was to have the headset on, and as I was listening to music, it was able to understand my experience and start to tally and rank my preferences, then that becomes something far more interesting. So it can be a very interesting tool and a very efficient tool for searching, for classifying information, for presenting information and content that's relevant to you, and allows machines to dynamically change in real time to reflect what you want. And this sort of individualization, personalization is becoming very important as we move towards a much more real-time, immediate sort of world. So the idea was great. we finished off dinner at around 3:30, and we went home, and we couldn't sleep that night. None of us. My business partner in a previous venture, myself and Alan, who had this dialogue over dinner, the three of us really had trouble sleeping that night. And 3 months later, we connected in Melbourne, Australia, over dinner again, and said, we need to really start a business around this. And so we started Emotive. And whilst the idea was great, here's our challenge. We've got I suppose the helmet-like structure over the top of the brain there is how far removed the headset is. It's a totally non-invasive technology, and what we're looking at is really changes in electrical fluctuations, which is the result of billions of active neurons inside the brain interacting with each other, and the chemical reaction just emits this electrical impulse. And we scoured the world for literature around this. Sure, Alan had devoted his entire life to researching the brain, and he had some insights, but this was, brand new work. And we looked at the world's literature around this, and there had been some great work done in implants, or inserting metal probes inside the brain, but nothing that was non-invasive that really provided the type of resolution that we wanted to achieve to create the type of interface device that was really the essence of our dreams. So we were wondering how we might be able to do that. So looking at fMRI studies, looking at even the work of people who had been there before in terms of inserting implants into the brain, the localized source is very consistent across the population. So if you were to experience a particular emotion or think a particular thought, the same region of the brain would be activated consistently across the population. But if you look at this cortex, which is the structure that we associate with the brain, because of its inherent differences in the folding of the structure across the population, it's individualized, much like our fingerprint. And so from a signal standpoint, if you're looking at an electrical signal, even though it comes from the same source deep inside the brain, by the time it travels through the cortex, gets bounced across the various folding structure and gets projected onto the surface of the scalp to be measured by this non-invasive process, the signal actually looks random across the population. And this was our fundamental challenge. It was not an easy problem to crack. We really didn't have any ideas as to how we might approach this problem, but one thing we thought we would do is not to bring in anybody who had spent 30 years applying their knowledge to this field. We assembled a team of scientists, very, very intelligent people, scientists, engineers, who were really experts in their own fields, but very different. Digital signal processing people, AI people, neural network classifiers, molecular biologists, evolutionary biologists, to really tackle this problem. And what we came up with was a mathematical algorithm that unfolds the cortex so that we can map the signal far closer to its source. Obviously, it's not the same as inserting a metal probe into the brain or having an invasive procedure to implant something into your brain to measure the results, but it certainly gives us the kind of resolution that we want for a consumer-facing application. So there are 3 detection suites that we've created, all mirroring the human-to-human dialogue. So the first is expressive, which is all about capturing your facial expressions in real time, whether you're blinking, smiling, grimacing, flirting, winking, whatever it might be, we can capture that in real time. The second suite of detections is affective, which is about understanding your emotional experience in real time. And the last detection suite is cognitive, which is this ability to move an object just by thinking about it. And with that, I'd like to welcome Marvin to the stage to help me show this. And Marvin, my team, this is a really quick photo of my team in Sydney and San Francisco. This is a real honor to have Marvin come up on stage. Marvin is a pioneer in artificial intelligence, and without your pioneering work, we certainly would not have been able to do the kind of things that we've been able to do. So it's a real trip for me, and I'm sure my team are really excited that I'm showing this with Marvin's help. So if you can just take a seat here. This is a live demonstration, and with every live demonstration, there's always a possibility that things don't go according to plan, but we will see how we go. So what I'm putting on Marvin's head is essentially a high-fidelity EEG acquisition device. It's been optimized for consumer settings. So generally with a brainwave acquisition device, you actually have to have an expert technician put it on and apply conductive gel and conductive paste. It's quite a cumbersome process.
Well, I removed a lot of hair.
He did. He's actually a very easy subject to work with. So Marvin, if I'm going to scoot this around so that we can get to you. Okay. And what's this? We're going to deny this guy. All right, so I'm going to add a new user.
I'm a Mac person. Do you really think this may not work with Windows?
That's true. I'm a Mac person too, but this will work fine. Oh, really? We have a little sensor that's fallen off. Thank you so
Probably
much.
one won't matter.
One will be all right, but we'd like to have all his brain on. So here we are. We have a all green, which is good in that little thumbnail there. I'm going to create a new user, Marvin. Okay, so what I'm going to demonstrate here is probably in the next several months you'll see this technology being applied in applications, and it will mask a lot of the raw detections that you'll see today. So I thought this would be the good opportunity to really showcase the detections behind, unveil the detections and what actually happens underneath. So here is our software development kit, which really shows the detections in its rawest form. The first thing I'm going to do, which I've already done, is added a profile. And so now I'm going to, Marvin, what action would you like to train?
Oh, let's rotate.
Rotate.
Anti-clockwise.
Okay, anti-clockwise. Apply that, and I'm going to get rid of this push thing, which is default. So what I'm going to do to begin with, because everybody's brain, as I mentioned earlier, is very different, it's unique, what we're going to do is record a neutral state, which is essentially a baseline recording of Marvin's brain, which there's a lot of, so we're just doing that now. And he doesn't have to do anything in particular, he just has to be himself and very comfortable and relaxed while we're just taking a sample of his brainwaves as he's sitting here for 30 seconds. And this, in an application like a game context or any sort of internet browser, it could happen while the application's loading because the subject or the user doesn't really have to do anything in particular.
Well, I hate being comfortable because it's terribly boring.
All right, so now that that's recorded, we're going to record a first reading of Marvin thinking about rotating this cube anti-clockwise. And what I'd like you to do is just to maintain a constant thought of rotating that cube clockwise. And what you want to do is just not stop and start, just continue to think that thought. Okay, it's green. So I'll start the training. The first time nothing will happen because it has no idea how you think about rotating it anti-clockwise, and it will run for 6 seconds. So you can do that now. Okay, we'll accept that. Now you can try to think about rotating, but if it doesn't work, we can give it another training because it's only had 6 seconds to observe your brainwaves. Okay, do you want to give it one more shot?
Sure.
Okay. Stage fright also has a little bit to play, but 1 6-second training is not really quite adequate. So one more. So here we go. So you're starting to respond to him. Still on, yep.
Use the force, Marvin!
Good job. Do you want to do one more training so that it's a little bit more responsive to you?
Sure. It stopped listening.
Okay. That's great. All right.
Can you try the opposite direction?
I'm trying the opposite.
He's only trained it for this direction. He'll have to show it what it looks like for the opposite direction.
Can you train it for that?
I'm sorry?
Can you train it for that?
We certainly can. But what I'd like to do is show you something else, which is an entirely new category of detections that we just added this year. And this action, thank you, Marvin. It's awesome. This action is disappear. And the interesting thing about this action is that it's just an idea. There's no metaphors for it in the physical world. You know, with rotating an object, you have some reference point, but with disappear, it's just an idea, and we wanted to see if we could create an idea in someone's mind and then be able to use that as a command to trigger this. So this is the first detection of its kind, disappear, so we're going to give this a go.
Okay. I have a plan.
Okay. Do you want to give it a try?
Do you have both on now?
I have the disappear on now.
Okay.
That was one attempt at brain syncing. That's fantastic. Thank you so much for that.
Can you put both on and see if I can?
I can put both on, yes. Okay.
Okay. I'll stop that and go.
Wow. So that's with several minutes of training in a very intense sort of, environment. If you had some time to play with the technology in the comfort of your home, in an application like a game, which is our very first target market and audience, hopefully you'll have a far more compelling experience with, 12 hours of play. So with that, I'm going to switch to a... Thank you. Thanks, Marvin. Thank you.
The future is going to be fun. If it's not, why bother going?
The intelligent future will have many new ways to play.
Smarter technology will blur the line between what is real and what is not. New immersive games require new ways to play them. Future gamers won't need a joystick or a paddle. They'll interact with their games directly from their brains, using devices like the Epic headset from inDEVICIVE.
Our whole interaction with the virtual world is going to be far more natural. We'll be able to use our brain and our facial expressions and our emotional experiences to really experience content in an entirely new way. And what we've created is a brain-computer interface that really transforms the way that humans interact with machines.
The inDEVICIVE Epic wireless headset has 16 independent sensors that pick up electrical brain signals on the surface of the scalp.
We identify a signature for a particular thought or a particular emotion, and then in real time, we classify those brain patterns.
So when you think it, it happens on the screen.
You think push, the object propels forward.
So now my master's showing me how to pull using that tree. Then he'll ask me to focus all my thoughts on pulling that tree towards me.
There are 13 individual detections: push, pull, lift, drop, left, right, and then rotation in 6 different axes in a 3D environment.
You can even visualize an object disappearing, and it will. But the headset is more than just a brain-powered joystick. It allows the game to detect whether or not you're actually having fun.
It observes your experiences: excitement versus calmness, immersion, tension, frustration, engagement.
There are these mischievous spirit wisps that instead of pressing a button, I can scare away just by looking fierce. So, and you can notice by the sky color that I enjoy that part.
So when it comes to future game playing, keep an open mind.
We're really only at the tip of the iceberg in terms of what's possible.
So will all this innovation in virtual reality gaming spell the end of a good old-fashioned night out at the movies?
So I'll just leave you with this is what you saw on Marvin was a beta version of the headset. This here is from Inc. magazine, the December issue, which is out now, of the consumer headset, which will be out in several months. Thank you very much.
Hi everybody, I'm Siwa, and in today's video I'm going to show you 3 simple mind control projects you can build using the Neuroscope Mindwave headset and an Arduino. So, let's get started. Okay, the first project we are gonna do is the mood light project. Here you can see it. It's using an Arduino and an RGB LED which changes on your mood. Okay, now you can see I have the headset on and the program is running, the C# program here. You can see the different values, and so when it's very low, I'm very relaxed, and when it becomes higher, it becomes more stressed. So 0 is very, very relaxed, and 100 is that you are completely stressed out. Here you can see the mood light. When I'm relaxed, it's green, but when my mood changes to getting stressed, it will become more red how more stressed I am. It is hard to demonstrate it because I can't get stressed on commando. So to demonstrate it, my friend is going to tell me a joke. If correct, my brain activity should go up and thus the LED should turn red when I'm laughing. So, let's watch it.
Okay, so Siwe, you know it's winter?
Yeah?
What's the difference between a snowman and a snow woman?
The one is man and the other is a woman.
No, the one has snowballs.
Okay, that's a pretty good one. As you can see, the LED became red when I heard the joke, which means it's working. Let's now go to the second project. The second project I'm gonna show you is this one. Here you can see a relay which is also controlled by an Arduino. When I think very hard about this LED going on, the relay will turn on, which will in turn turn the LED on. Here you can see the LED with the program running in the background. I'm going to focus really hard on the LED. In the background, the ATT value must be higher than 60 to turn the LED on. So, now let's try it. As you can see, the LED turned on. So now I'm going to turn it off again. To do this, I have to lose focus on the LED. The easiest way to do this is just to look around and get distracted. In the beginning, it is hard to control the LED, because it requires a different kind of thinking. It is hard to explain, but you really have to focus on the LED in a special way. After a while though, it becomes easy and you can control it almost instantly. Okay, in this first example, I'm going to show you this RGB LED strip. This is a individual addressable LED strip, which means I can turn every RGB LED strip LED on and off. So how this RGB LED strip is like the moonlight example connected to my brain with my meditation value. So if I'm becoming more stressed in my head, the RGB LED strip will become more light up and will become more red, to how more it comes to the end. And how if I'm getting very relaxed, it is going to be very green and very here.
To demonstrate, I am playing Flappy Bird. As you can see, when I fail, I become more stressed and thus the LED strip becomes more wet. Flappy Bird is a great game to demonstrate this because it is a game in which you can fail very easily and thus you get stressed quickly. Here you can see very nice how my stress level is building up, how further I am getting in the game. And you can also see when I fail, my stress level also increases.
Okay, so you're now thinking, okay Sil, that's pretty cool, but how does it work? So I will explain. So you have yourself here, some eyes, and like a big smile on your face. Okay, and this is called an EEG reader. So it reads your mind using the EEG technology. So what the EEG technology works as follows. So you have your brain with a lot of neurons in it. Between those neurons there are a lot of electrical signals. These differences in electrical signals between these neurons can be detected using the node on this EEG reader. So the EEG reader detects these nodes like this, like a big wave. And this wave is then sent to the computer, and the computer then processes this. So the computer processes all the data from the NeuroSky headset. The NeuroSky headset will send a value between 0 and 100 to this receiver, which then goes to the C# program. Okay, so here you can see the TG parser that parses data that contains key attention. This gets the attention value, which is just between 0 and 100. So here you can see an if statement. If the data received from the headset is higher than 60, then the variable r equals 1. Else, if the parsed data is lower than 60, it will send 0. And here you can see it will create a message with the r value 1 or 0. So if the r value is 1, it will send here to the Arduino 1, and if the value is 0, it will send 0. And this is 1 for turning the relay on and 0 for turning the relay off.
The 1 or 0 value from the C# program is then sent to the Arduino over the USB cable. On the Arduino there is just a simple program that looks if it receives 1, it turns the LED on, and when it receives 0, it turns the LED off.
Okay, just to recap. In today's video we have learned how to use an Arduino and an EEG mindset reader to control things with your mind. So the examples I show you were pretty cool, but it can of course go a lot further. In the future I want to upload a new video where I show you BCI, which stands for Brain Controlled Interface. When you use BCI you can, for example, control a drone like this one with your mind. This works by using the machine learning. If you, for example, want to let the drone fly, you will think about letting the drone fly up, and this will give certain values from the EEG mind reader. You can then give a machine learning model these values and say, okay, when they are on this value, the drone needs to go up. And if you have learned this to the machine learning model, you can build a program around it which can control the drone. So if you want to see that, stay tuned, subscribe, and I will see you in the next video.
I really want to thank subscriber Kasim Wami for giving me the idea to do a project with brain control. If you know also a cool project I should make, leave a comment down below.
We finally got the technology that will allow us to read our minds just like the full dive nerve gear from SAO. And I will even show you a hands-on of me using it that will literally blow your mind. And this technology is made by a company called NextMind. Now, to explain how this technology works, is that compared to all the other devices we've seen so far, this one attaches to the back of the head. And this is actually where in our brains we find our visual cortex. That means that when you're looking at an object, the light will travel through your eyes, then through your optical nerves, all the way to your visual cortex, where it then gets translated into what we see as our view. Like in the example shown here, when you're looking at a certain object, it being a circle, square, or triangle, when your brain focuses on one of these shapes, the light will then travel through your eyes, where it will then get translated and displayed on the back on your visual cortex. Now, this NextMind device is attached exactly to the back of the head where the visual cortex is located. This means that it can read and see what you are looking at and where you are concentrating on. And then it can translate these signals back to the computer so that you can interact with them. That means it is even as easy as just thinking, pressing a play button to then actually start playing that video. Or if you want to turn up the volume, that you can also do that by just looking at it and thinking that you want to interact with it. And the same goes for skipping or any other interaction that you can imagine. But it doesn't stop there, because this device is also capable of connecting to your VR headset, where you can use this to play some VR games. And you have to keep in mind, this is all done without using any cameras, and the only thing you have to do is use your brain. But of course, this technology sounds almost too good to be true, so I had to try it out myself. And while my expectations were already very high, this technology worked even better than I actually expected. I actually felt as if I was an alpha tester of the new Sword Art Online technology. Now, when I got it, I was so excited that I couldn't wait and directly jumped into it. Now, after putting it on, I first had to set it up and calibrate the device. This was easily done over Bluetooth, and I had to put my hair a little bit up to get the device well connected to my scalp. I do have to say that it might be easier for people with very short hair or a completely shaved head, because that way the electrode connectors will probably stay better to your scalp. But after the initial setup, I had to concentrate very well to get this thing calibrated. Now, while doing this, you can see the gritty pattern that they overlay over the object as well. This will allow them to read your brain signals if they are actually active and if you are concentrating on that same spot. Now, after this calibration, you can check out if it actually works by looking at either of these three objects. And while I was very skeptical at first, I couldn't believe it was actually able to tell which ones I'm looking at. I started out at the middle, then quickly switched to the right, then wait a little bit to go look at the left. I tried to trick the system a little bit, but every single time it somehow was correct, and it almost felt like magic. So I directly wanted to try out some of the options that were available. First out, I tried to compose some music using the music application, where I could then switch off a synth, a drum, or add some ambience whenever I wanted to. And I could just look at it, concentrate on it, and activate it. Now, this worked very well, but what really blew me away when I finally tried out to play a game with it. Now, as you guys can see, I'm playing this platformer where I'm trying to get this green block over certain objects. However, these objects can only be used by using my brain. So of course, I tried to trick and see how well it actually works. Now, as you can see, there was a huge rock in the way that I could only move if I was focusing on it so that I could lift it up with my Jedi powers. And after that, I had to blow up some enemies by just focusing on it and completely destroying them in their path. However, because it worked so well, I almost thought the game was made to do this. So instead, I tried some stuff out, even to the point where I tried to glitch the game itself. First of all, besides directly continuing, I waited a little bit and then tried to concentrate on the rock again. And yes, I actually was able to move it again. Then I let go of it while moving forward. But of course, I wanted to check out how far I could push this. So as you can see here, I have to put this elevator down. However, instead of jumping on the elevator, I decided to stand under it and see what happens. And as I thought, I actually managed to get myself stuck in the game. This was actually what I wanted to do, because this way I could see that if I started concentrating on the elevator again, I couldn't go more down. However, if I concentrated on the elevator that was up there, I was able to actually move my character out of this spot by pulling it back up. And this way I could allow to get back freely and move my character around. At this point, I was completely blown away. Because you do have to realize, guys, I'm just controlling this whole game by just using my mind. It really felt like I was using technology that I thought would be years away, but it's really here right now. Besides that, there were many other games and applications that you could try out. There are even some VR games that are being made right now that use this technology in it. And it is also possible to create your own games and experiences using this device as well. Now, there are also, of course, things that could still be improved on. We can, for example, still see the visual grid, and it would be very cool to see if they can put it so quickly in there that our eyes would not be able to notice it. On top of that, they could also improve it by putting it in every single object, sort of as an overlay screen, instead of just putting it on certain objects. That way you would be able to interact with literally everything you can see around you. And of course, the same goes for the connectivity. Now it would be even better and more accurate if the connection could be improved on. Of course, we have our skin and our hair in the way, and this is probably the only way for a non-invasive brain-computer interface. But I think this is already a great step compared to everything else. Because this technology basically allows us to already have eye tracking and mind reading together in one single device that is not invasive as well. It is just sitting on top of the skull, and you don't need any crazy surgery for it like the Neuralink from Elon Musk. But of course, I would love to see the improvements that they could make on this device in the near future. And I'm sure there will be a lot of other companies trying to get into the competition as well. Because I truly believe that a brain-computer interface like we see in Sword Art Online could really change the future, not only of virtual reality, but of technology as a whole. Just imagine the amazing applications that it could also be used for. For example, the medical field, where people that couldn't walk before, or see, or even hear, would finally be able to see their loved ones, hear them speak, and even walk again. So I'm so excited to see what the future of this technology brings. And I think we are on the edge of where it all starts.
This headset can actually read my mind. Okay, so maybe that's a slight oversimplification / exaggeration. What it actually does is record the voltage fluctuations emitted by my brain via 14 electrodes in different areas. This technology is called electroencephalography, or EEG for short. You may have seen this in popular works of science fiction, but I assure you it's very real. This particular headset is by a company called inDEVICIVE, and I've actually had this for quite some time. I utilized it in my high school science fair right before COVID hit, where I aimed to create a brain-computer interface capable of controlling artificial muscles, which I also attempted to fabricate. Quite the ambitious goal, which I admittedly was too inexperienced to carry the project as far as I wanted to, and probably still am. But I've still been thinking about it all these years, so we may have yet to see my ideas come to light. Anyways, the felt pads are soaked in saline, which picks up the signal from my brain and passes it to a gold electrode in contact with the headset, where it is then run through an amplifier into something more readable. Unfortunately, my thick hair can make this process for me a little less efficient, and more tedious to set up, but it still works more or less. It's what we can do with those recorded signals that things become even more interesting. The inDEVICIVE software has a special feature that allows its user to record a unique thought across multiple sessions and attribute it to a certain command. You can extend this feature outside the inDEVICIVE software using their API. You can then take it a step further and control things to a more physical effect, as you can program computer-controlled electronic devices. To demonstrate, I made this basic block code on Node-RED, which takes training profiles from my inDEVICIVE app and applies the commands from that profile to activate different colored LEDs. The more commands you add, the less efficient this becomes, but it's nonetheless a cool technology that you can use to control anything from computer commands to servo motors. And as much as we all want coding a brain-computer interface to look something like this, here's a condensed version of the nightmare that actually occurred, as I low-key sometimes can't program for shit. Okay, right now I'm uploading the communications protocol to the Arduino. Oh, my headset. Duh. Forgot I have to authorize the app. Right. There's an authorization process.
Many hours later.
God, finally! Thank you! Jesus Christ. That took way too long. Well, it's not over yet, because now I have to wait for my headset to finish charging. It practically died while I was doing that. Me from 16 hours ago has no idea how correct he actually is. It was indeed not over, and he would spend the next several hours trying to figure out how he activated the microcontroller pins 3 years ago. I used to have a laptop with the original nodes, but now I don't.
The next day.
Alright, the way I have things set up right now, the red LED is linked to the neutral command, The green LED is linked to the pull command, and the blue LED is linked to the push command. So hopefully all goes well. Start the LED camera. Red. Green. Blue. As you can see, there is some inefficiency with interpreting the EEG commands. Granted, my hair makes it so that I have terrible resolution on my headset, and I only spent about 3 or 4 recordings per command. Blue. Red. Overall, I'd say my testing was pretty successful. Now, admittedly, this was a bit of a filler video, as my other video is taking much longer than I originally intended, but it should hopefully be out in the next couple of weeks. I wanted to show you this to let you know that I have some very special plans with this kind of interface technology and that I intend to make some interesting stuff. Even if it's not very efficient and requires immense focus, one has to admit that the ability to essentially control computers with your mind is pretty damn cool. That's all I have today, so catch you next time.
Introducing the Touch, a wearable device that uses your mind to interact with the world around you. The Touch will bring exciting, fun new experiences to your life. The Touch is ergonomically designed and packed with cutting-edge technology. It's a multi-channel mind-link wearable that records brainwaves from 8 regions of the brain. Those brainwaves are translated into data, transmitted to a compatible device, and used to control it. Setting up a device is a breeze, thanks to the simple, easy-to-follow user interface. It'll be a matter of minutes before you're giving yourself supernatural powers. Control devices with your mind power. This isn't science fiction. This is today. Games take on a new dimension when you play them hands-free. It's your mind against your friend's mind. A battle of wills. The Touch provides free SDK and API, so you can easily make it work with an ever-increasing number of games and devices. Or you can even create your own. The Touch is light and comfortable to wear. It's been designed so that you'll hardly notice it's there, making it ideal for yoga or meditating. But even more excitingly, while you're doing any activity, the Touch will tune into your emotions and automatically pick and play customized music, helping to improve the depth and quality of your experience. And soon, you can use the Touch to control your smart home. But most of all, the Touch is fun. The Touch brings people together to share the magic of this completely new type of device. It can even be used as an amateur lie detector. The Touch brings you an endless stream of fantastic, awe-inspiring and unique experiences. The Touch, a triumph of mind over matter.
Welcome to the Oasis. My name's Mike, and today I want to show you something that literally blew my mind. Now, if you follow the channel, you'll know that I love crazy VR accessories. I've tried loads of weird and wonderful things over the years, including haptic vests, omnidirectional treadmills, exoskeleton gloves, recoil gun stocks, and I almost gave myself third-degree burns from a device that could provide hot and cold feedback in VR called Tegway. But what I'm going to show you today literally takes the biscuit. It's by far the weirdest VR accessory I've ever tried, so let's get right into it, and without further ado, let's dive in. So, over the years, controllers for VR headsets have evolved. We now have controllers with individual finger tracking, capacitive touch sensors, and the Quest has allowed us to use our hands alone to navigate the system's user interface with the recent hand tracking update. So what I'm going to show you today isn't designed to replace those controllers, but instead add a new control method on top of what we currently use. And that new control method is mind control. It sounds crazy, right? But this is a real product called NextMind, which is a brain-computer interface. It's currently available as a development kit, and the team at NextMind kindly sent me one over for me to try out. It's a small and lightweight device at just 60 grams and can easily be clipped onto the back of a baseball cap or a head strap of a VR headset. It contains an internal rechargeable battery which lasts up to 8 hours and is charged via USB-C. The device features 9 comb-shaped sensors which make contact with the back of your head and can read the signals from the visual cortex of your brain, which are then sent to the PC via Bluetooth, giving you the ability to control digital actions with your mind alone. It sounds completely crazy, and that's because it is. So now I'm going to power this thing up and show you it in action as I have some flat screen and VR demos to try, and then I'll talk a bit more about how it works and my conclusion on this technology. Okay, so as you can see, I've attached the NextMind to the back of my baseball cap here. There is a strap included in the box, but this seemed a little bit more comfortable for me. And I've got all the software installed, so now I'm just going to go through the setup and calibration process. So I've got the device turned on and Bluetooth is enabled on my machine. You can see that the NextMind device is already connected, and we've got a battery status here and also how well it's connected to the back of my head. And as you can see here, the green on these contacts means that it's got perfect contact to the back of my head. Now this could be that I've got a bald head, essentially. You know, maybe it would cause more problems if you had more hair and you wasn't follically challenged like me, but you know, it's the first time that I've ever been told that my mind is perfect, so I'm happy with that. So let's carry on. Start the calibration, hold still and stay focused. I've got it. So I'm focusing on the lines there. That seemed to work. Okay, so let's stay focused on this. Yeah. Okay, so I got a perfect score. That's pretty cool. So it seems like my mind is completely primed for doing this sort of thing. So this is the fun part. You've got these 3 circles in front of me, and I can just choose which one I want to pick just by focusing on it. So let's pick the far right one. And now the far left. And now the far right again. And now the middle. It's completely insane that it actually works. I don't really understand it, but let's carry on and try some more demos and see what we can do with the power of my mind. Okay, so this is controlling a TV. So let's check out the news. I can pause it. Or I can turn the sound off. Okay, let's turn the sound back on. It's insane. I feel like I have some kind of superpowers. It's nuts. Okay, so now we've got a music composer here. So let's try and make some beautiful music with just the power of my mind. Nice. Get some more drums in there. Oh yeah. This is my jam. Get some ambience. Get some synths in there. Starting with the low. Get some high in there. This is so nuts. Wow, okay, let's just restart this. This is how you restart the whole thing. And then we're back. This is completely blowing my mind right now. I can't believe how well this actually works. So let's try a couple more demos before we move on to the VR one. Okay, so this is a basic little platforming game. And what we can do is we can focus on those rocks to destroy them and move them out of the way of our little character, and also blow up enemies with my mind. Ooh. Jedi powers. Oh, oh. No. Focus, Mike. Focus, 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 focus. Focus, 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 focus. Whoa, that was crazy. Uh-oh, let's destroy this enemy first. Eat it, noobs. Feel the power of my mind. Well, we finished it. We finished the game. So now that we've had some fun with the PC flat screen demos, now it's time to jump into VR and try out their VR demo using the Oculus Quest 2 and Virtual Desktop. So this is the VR demo, and just like before with the PC version, I'm not using my hands or anything else. I'm literally just using the power of my mind, and I'm using it to blow up these aliens. So it's time for ET to go home.
Perfect.
I feel like Professor X. I feel like I have to do like a... Focus. Oh, dodge it. Blow up his mind.
Perfect.
There we go. And we can teleport by focusing on the teleportation marker over there. There we go. I feel like I need to be in that wheelchair like Professor X, rolling around, blowing up these aliens with my mind. Right, let's dodge the incoming fire. Focus. So I'm focusing on his feet. I'm looking around him. Nothing's happening. But then if I focus my mind on his brain and look at the pattern, really focus on the pattern, he explodes. So now I'm going to try and explain how this technology works in the most basic way I possibly can. And that starts with a mind-blowing fact that I recently learned, and that is that you don't actually see with your eyes, you see with your brain. For example, this video that you're watching now, your eyes are just the middleman between the images of this video and the visual cortex of your brain. So when I'm wearing the NextMind device and focusing on these objects in both the flat screen and VR experience, each of these objects has a unique signature pattern overlay, which is being read by the visual cortex of my brain. These signatures and signals in the visual cortex can be picked up and identified by the NextMind device, which are then sent to the PC to process them and translate them into an action. The NextMind is a non-invasive device which just reads the signal from your brain. It can't actually write to the brain, and you can opt in and out of any data that you wish to share with the company. Tech like this seems like complete science fiction, but it might not actually be as far into the future as you might think. Because NextMind aren't the only ones that believe this technology could change the way we work and play forever. Brain-computer interfaces have been a hot topic recently, with Elon Musk going a few steps further by wanting to actually implant a chip into your brain which can both read and write, called Neuralink. Gabe Newell from Valve is also excited about this tech and recently did an interview with a New Zealand news network talking about the research and development they're doing with brain-computer interfaces and how the sensors could be implemented into the head strap and facial interface of future VR headsets. I'll add a link to the whole interview with Gabe in the description down below. It's absolutely fascinating to watch, and I'd urge you to check it out. But going back to NextMind, even though this is just the beginning, I'm super impressed with it, as it was very simple to set up and use, and it made me feel like I had a superhuman ability. It's not perfect by any means, and still has a long way to go. For example, right now, it can only be used to read your brain signals to essentially turn a switch on or off, and the response time is kinda slow. It doesn't give you that full Jedi powers feeling whereby you could move an object around the screen with your mind alone, but with developer work they could certainly create game experiences that replicate that feeling by using this device to activate scripted sequences in-game. Just imagine a game that uses this technology in a way that mind control is part of the game's narrative, and the character that you play has telekinesis powers and can collect ammo and supplies using your mind, whilst traditional controllers are used to control movement and other in-game actions. Or imagine a Star Wars game where you could use Jedi mind tricks to convince stormtroopers to move along. Or even a game engine that could sense if you were getting bored in the game and automatically adapt on the fly and ramp up the difficulty. That would be totally awesome. I have to be honest, when NextMind initially approached me, I was very skeptical, but now having tried it, I'm incredibly excited to see where this technology goes in the future. Okay, so that is NextMind. It's just a development kit right now, which costs $399 and NextMind are focusing on getting this into the hands of developers so they can build the games and applications, integrating the NextMind SDK to utilize this new and exciting technology. If you're a developer, I've added a link to their website in the description down below. I found playing around with this tech that it gave me that feeling of something really special and futuristic, and took me back to the excitement of trying virtual reality for the first time and knowing that someday it will be huge in the future. The applications beyond gaming for this kind of tech is limitless, and just think how something like this could transform the lives of people with disabilities or restricted mobility who could go about their lives controlling objects with their minds alone. Pretty crazy stuff. But let me know what you think of NextMind in the comments down below. Do you think this could be a part of the future of VR? What applications and games would you like to control with your mind? Or what applications can you see beyond just gaming? I'd love to know in the comments down below. Leave a like if you liked the video and you found it interesting. Make sure you're subscribed for my future VR content. And as always, I'll see you on the next one.
Imagine you could control computers using only your mind. You could play a computer game without touching the controller thanks to a system that translates your brain waves. Will we all someday have chips implanted in our heads or wear special caps that read our thoughts? Brain-computer interfaces. That's our topic today on Shift. BCIs, or brain-computer interfaces, are systems that link our brains directly to computers. Tech entrepreneur Elon Musk, for example, wants to merge the human mind with AI, for which we would have to have a chip implanted into our brain. That's pretty invasive. But there are also non-invasive brain-reading tech. One type measures electrical activity on the scalp. In medicine, they use EEG caps for this, but sleeker-looking wearables are available too.
You only have to think, and the lamp dims the light, and the video begins to play, all thanks to this wearable. The headband is a non-invasive brain-computer interface, or BCI. It was developed by a neurotechnology startup from France. Sensors in the headband read brainwaves and translate them into commands for electronic devices. BCIs like this could be game changers for video games. They could enhance or even replace controllers, allowing for greater speed and more intuitive gameplay. Being able to control devices with thought is especially useful for situations when you need your hands for other purposes. A kit like this costs around $400 US. These headphones from a US startup claim they can tell their wearer when they focus best to help them work more efficiently. The electrodes which measure the brainwaves are located in the headphone padding. Electric activity in the brain indicates concentration levels. The measured data is processed in an app to show wearers when they are able to work most productively. Music to fit your current mood and alerts for when you need a break are also included. This BCI should become available for purchase in 2022.
For some, a brain-computer interface would be a nice to have. But for others, it would drastically improve their quality of life. Like for people who are paralyzed. A successful brain implant would increase their independence. This dream has come true for Nathan Copeland. Here we see him playing the game Final Fantasy just by thinking. And here is his robot hand in action. This is how his brain-computer interface works.
When Nathan Copeland suffered an accident in 2004, he was left with tetraplegic paralysis. But thanks to a brain-computer interface, Nathan can now move a prosthetic arm. Electrodes in his brain read his brainwaves and send signals to move the prosthesis. The reason why we are able to control electronic devices by the power of thought alone is because our brains use electronic signals. The human brain has 86 billion neurons, and each one sends signals across thousands of synapses. When we want to raise our arm, say, a region in our brain becomes active as neurons fire. If the voltage changes by a large enough amount over a short interval, a neuron generates an all-or-nothing electrochemical pulse, called an action potential, and a signal gets sent between the neurons. This action potential can be measured with electrodes. These have miniature metal needles that record the voltage change. The more needles an electrode has, the more accurate the measurement. Nathan Copeland had an operation to insert 4 such electrodes into his brain. 2 were implanted into his motor cortex, which controls movement, and 2 into his somatosensory cortex, where sensory perception is processed. Thanks to these electrodes, Nathan Copeland can now control movements when he's connected to a computer. To achieve this, however, both sides had to first learn to understand each other. The computer needed to learn to read Nathan's brainwaves and translate these into the correct movement. To achieve this, Nathan watched videos of movements he wanted to make. Meanwhile, the BCI measured the action potentials in his motor cortex. While Nathan Copeland was concentrating on the movement, the computer recorded the action potentials and compared them using artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms. Now, when Nathan thinks a specific movement, the computer recognizes it and moves the prosthesis accordingly. Through the 2 other chips in his somatosensory cortex, he is also able to feel with his prosthesis.
Brain-computer interface research has come a long way. Take the example of neurograins. These microchips are each about the size of a grain of salt and have been designed to be scattered across the brain surface or inside its tissue. Their advantage is that they can detect and pass on signals from many areas of the brain. A team at Brown University in the US developed the system, and there are many other projects.
The Australian company Synchron has succeeded in getting a brain-computer interface into the brain through blood vessels, thus avoiding the need for brain surgery. The first person to be implanted with the stent rod interface is the Australian Graham Felsted, who suffers from ALS, a nervous system disease which progressively paralyzes the body. His brain signals are transmitted to a sensor in the chest where a receiver forwards them to a computer. This enables Graham Felsted to chat and surf the internet using thought alone. Here, a subject imagines writing letters by hand, and a brain-computer interface transforms them into typed letters on the monitor. The accuracy is 94%. It is considerably faster than previous systems where subjects would have to mentally choose letters on a keyboard. These brain-computer interfaces were developed by Stanford University in the US. Previously, robotic arms weren't able to have such fluid and natural movements. This new non-invasive brain-computer interface was developed by researchers at the Graz University. As the technology improves, EEG caps could become a future alternative to implanted chips.
Using EEG caps instead of brain surgery is definitely less risky, because implanting electrodes directly into the brain can cause bleeding or scarring, or the electrodes could be rejected. And if they need to be taken out at a later point, that could also lead to complications. But beyond the physical risks of brain-computer interfaces, experts worry there are other serious dangers.
What would it mean if we were in full control of our minds? Alzheimer's, addiction, depression. Those could all become a thing of the past. But so could traits that make us human.
I would say our traits can be altered by deep brain stimulation. For example, someone who is shy can suddenly become extroverted, spend more money, or change their sexual behavior. This has already been observed, and it leads to the question of how important these traits are, and how much they belong to something like our core selves. If something is an essential part of us, then we probably want to protect it.
One person who believes in technology's potential is Elon Musk.
Everything that's encoded in memory, you could upload. You could basically store your memories as a backup and restore the memories. You could potentially download them into a new body or into a robot body. The future is going to be weird.
Many neurologists do not buy into Elon Musk's vision of brain backups.
Saving the contents of the entire brain on a hard disk would mean covering both sides of the brain, so the entire brain with electrodes, and also copying the interactions between the billions of neurons accurately. I think that technically and physically this is not possible.
And then there are also ethical questions to consider.
I would be vulnerable to anyone who has access to this data, from my bank details to my deepest secrets.
The idea that big tech could know my private thoughts is really scary to me. But to be clear, there is currently no brain-computer interface that can decode our thoughts. That mixture of images, sounds, smells, and words is hard to crack. We may soon have BCIs that allow us to message up to 5 times faster by thinking the letters rather than typing them. Yet, there are important ethical dimensions to tech companies developing these systems, like Google, which is also investing in BCIs. These companies have not always protected their users. And what if at some point we are pressured to linking our minds to computers like we're pressured to being on social media?
What if only rich and privileged people get access to this technology? Or if powerful figures like Elon Musk increase social pressure to join this trend? Those without BCIs would be left behind.
Once these measures become available outside of the clinical context, then pressure to use them will probably increase. We've seen this in other areas, such as beauty or sport, where people feel pressured to reach certain standards.
This technology also lends itself to other uses like military purposes. The helmets shown in this film have electromagnets as used in EEG. These are supposed to be able to control the brains of soldiers in the future in order to influence their anxiety or their aggression.
What about pain? Can you stop me feeling it?
US Army laboratories have been intensively researching such applications since 2010.
This is really happening. It's not a secret, it's public knowledge. And our US colleagues have access to a giant research budget. That leaves me with a bad feeling.
Experts believe that brain-computer interfaces could provide a technical advantage in future wars by facilitating quicker decision-making, better oversight, and longer endurance. But how ethical would it be to manipulate people in this way? And what would the long-term consequences be? If technology can help people who are paralyzed regain independence, then that's wonderful. But I worry about companies having access to my brainwaves. Our thoughts and feelings are the most intimate data we have, so data protection is more important in this area than anywhere else. What's your take on brain-computer interfaces? Would you like to be able to message or play games using only your mind? Let us know. We'd love to hear from you. Bye-bye and see you soon.
There's now a wearable that lets you control your computer with your mind. It's being developed by Control Labs, a Manhattan-based startup that's backed by tech giants Amazon and Alphabet.
Control Labs develops neural interfaces to make our interactions with technology more fluid, to the point where devices feel like they become part of you.
Patrick Kafosh founded Control Labs with Thomas Reardon. Both of them have PhDs in neuroscience from Columbia University, and Reardon also created Internet Explorer while he was at Microsoft. To make this human-machine link possible, Kafosh and Reardon figured out how to tap into the body's nervous system.
Your brain actually generates commands that then propagate out to your muscles to allow you to move in the world. That's all relayed via what's called the motor nervous system. Ultimately, your brain sends down a signal down to your spinal cord, and your spinal cord in turn relays that out to the muscles. This is an electrical signal that actually is received at the muscle.
An armband outfitted with a number of sensors detects this electrical activity and sends it to a computer. From there, algorithms decode it and use the signals to manipulate a machine. Users can then do things like scroll through text, turn a dial, or select items from a menu. The signals can even be used to control robots.
You don't actually have to move for us to decode some of your intentions. What you have to do is generate that electrical pulse. So what you notice is my hand looks like it's in a fist right now, but if she just keeps me from opening my hand, I can actually open my hand all the way. Or we can turn it here and you'll notice I can do one finger or two fingers, or my whole hand. I do that by just generating the nerve impulse even though I'm not moving. We don't decode your movement, we decode your intention.
I got to give the system a go to see if it really works. First, I had to calibrate the sensors to my neural signals. It wasn't perfect, but the system was able to detect less intricate motions, such as picking up a water bottle or practicing the Queen's wave. Next, I got to really put the system to the test. My task? To hit a number of moving targets by just thinking about where I wanted the cursor to go and trying to not move my hand.
You basically want to retrain yourself to think about how you're going to generate force without really moving. Because you don't have to, but you're used to doing that.
As the demo progressed, the system got better at reading my neural signals, and I got faster at hitting the targets.
People approach us all the time and ask us, what's the first use case for this technology? It's as if I came to you in the end of the 19th century and said, hey, look, we have this new thing called electricity and we can generate it on the fly. And you're the VC and you ask me so what are you going to use this electricity for? And I'm like, what are we not going to use it for? Your phone, a tablet, the computer that's built into a kiosk at the airport. All of those things are potential areas in which control labs can completely change the means by which you interact with those experiences.
The team thinks the technology will initially be used for augmented reality and VR, but Control Labs is also experimenting with medical applications.
The first group to which we gave a device was at Johns Hopkins University, where they're using this for neurorehabilitation around stroke and hand transplants.
Later this year, Control Labs will release its technology to software developers.
I have every faith in the world that this technology will come to dominate the way that we interact with machines. Control Labs may not be the company that pulls that off, but the technology will rewrite technology history.
Hey there, thanks for checking out CNBC on YouTube. Be sure to subscribe to stay up to date on all of the day's biggest stories. You can also click on any of the videos around me to watch the latest from CNBC. Thanks for watching.
This is what your brainwaves look like at any given moment. To the untrained eye, it's just a jumble of lines. For AJ Keller and Alex Castillo, it's a treasure trove of data. The pair have created Notion, a $900 wearable device that captures and processes brainwave signals, transforming thoughts into action.
There are 8 sensors that are imaging the brain 250 times a second. All of that is instantaneously being processed on the actual headset.
Notion is a so-called brain computer.
So traditionally, brain-computer interfaces, they relay their raw data to a computer that would receive this data, would make sense out of it, and then the computer would communicate with any end device. Notion is the first autonomous device that has enough computing power to be able to autonomously communicate with any device, whether that is your computer, whether that is a drone.
Anything your computer can control, Notion can control.
Why lift a finger to scroll down when you can do it with your thoughts?
If you're thinking of a motor-based movement such as pinching your left hand, Notion is able to detect it and you're able to map that to a computer command.
Do you feel like a superhero?
Absolutely.
But this superhero power takes focus and concentration. To that end, Notion provides users with an attention score.
When you're really focused and you're in the zone, that number increases.
The developers say it can even help them measure and improve productivity.
We know that there are times when we lose focus programming. We want a tool that allows us to understand when and where we're writing our best code.
And in a world full of distractions, being able to focus truly is a superpower. Tina Trin, VOA News, New York.
March 16th, 2018. The U.S. government's Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency commonly known as DARPA, announces a bold initiative to develop what they call next-generation non-surgical neurotechnology. It is designed to allow the human brain to directly interface with machines.
We know that DARPA is exploring human-machine interfaces that include direct connections between the brain and outside systems. That's been from the beginning of DARPA's information technology mission, and it continues to this day. DARPA has created some of the most influential technologies of all time, things that we use and take for granted every day, including the project that became the internet. They've created self-driving cars, stealth technology, GPS that fits in your pocket. That's DARPA's specialty, to imagine the future and create it.
A new technology that is actually very much on the verge of being a reality that is being fielded is we could have a sensor maybe on the surface of our head, or maybe implanted somewhere in our body, in our brain, or something that allows us to interact directly with our communications gear, our processing gear, our weapon systems, and so on. But now imagine we take that technology and we can control robots at a distance with it. Even fly drones. You put this sensor on and you think the right way, and you can increase the speed of the fan by thinking and controlling that thought with direct-to-mind or mind-machine interfacing. With that type of capability, you could control all sorts of buttons and mechanisms in equipment.
Mind-machine interfaces will have many applications in both civilian and military life. But there are those who believe that this same technology could also be used by DARPA as a new form of mind control. Like their counterparts at the CIA, DARPA-funded researchers have spent decades investigating how the human mind can be altered. In 1965, DARPA launched Project Pandora, which studied the possibility of using microwave radiation to control human behavior. The project reportedly ended in 1969, but DARPA's investigation of how machines can affect and possibly control the brain continues to this day.
There are explicit programs of DARPA to read and write to human brains, whether it's through direct implants within the brain or wearing some kind of cap. So these things are being worked on, and we know that.
So what's the next step? Maybe the next step is we can send instructions and information to an actual person from a distance with this kind of technology to let another person control their actions. But that could be something that could be malicious.
If there's some way to do it from a distance, a much greater distance than something that you can wear on your scalp, that would be the ultimate technological achievement that would fall into this realm of mind control and direct human-machine interface that DARPA may well want to keep secret.
In the near future, DARPA may possess the technology to remotely control the human mind. But as concerning as that may be, according to some scientists, a more permanent kind of mind control technology is looming. And it involves modifying the human brain by altering the human body's DNA.
The future of mind control, and the future being right now because these experiments are being done, is using gene editing tools. And one of them would be CRISPR. The way it works is take the CRISPR, which are these short alternating repeats of DNA. You put that together with an enzyme called Cas. And so you take the CRISPR that you want to use, and you put these pieces together that can be injected and insert this DNA to certain areas of the brain so that we can change brain cells and turn you into something you wouldn't otherwise be. So in this way, gene editing technologies like CRISPR really form a definite basis for future mind control.
These are things that DARPA has investigated. Every technology has the potential for good or evil, and who defines what's good and what's evil, and who uses it for what purpose? These are all questions that have been asked about everything from rockets to self-driving vehicles. We still don't have a good handle on the ethics of various technologies that we use. The technologists tend not to be so concerned with the ethics. That seems to be the domain of other people, policymakers, for example, academics, people like this. There needs to be a hand-in-hand interaction with people creating technology and those who are considering the ethics of that technology.
A few weeks ago, I built some Wolverine claws, which were activated by a deep learning model that recognised my face, so when I pull the right face of Wolverine, it activates the claws. And in that video, I said the next thing I was going to look at was going to be a brain-computer interface. And it's actually easier than you think. So you can buy a kit, and I've got one here from OpenBCI, the Ultra Cortex Biosensing Headset Kit, which is just that. It's a brain-computer interface, and it's completely open source. But the first thing we've got to do is actually print the cap that holds all the sensors. Now, you can buy the assembled kit, but it's actually much cheaper to get the DIY kit. Before we have a look at it, thanks to 3D Fuel for the filament for this project and for lots of other projects in my channel. So check out my channel for more 3D printing projects and check out 3dfuel.com. And here it is. So I thought I'd make a rather stylish black and yellow version. This was printed mainly in two halves with a seam down the middle, but each half took around 17 hours. So it's fortunate I've got multiple printers to print on at the same time. Obviously there was a lot of support material to strip out and I've cleaned it up the best I can. These inserts have threads in, and that allows the electrodes to screw in and out to adjust the height to my head. So let's have a look at what's in the box. There's some other stuff in the box as well, but this is the main stuff for building the headset. So we've got the 16 channel kit, that means we've got 16 electrodes. So let's have a look at those first. The 16 electrodes look like this. There's a sort of sprung piece, and then there's a comb on the end and a wire coming out of the back there. So these go in between your hair, no shaving of head involved. It does come with a bag of alternative combs, which are supposed to be better for long-term comfort. So I assume I can unscrew those and stick those on instead. There's 16 of those, but it also comes with 4 spare ones, which don't have anything screwed on the end, so I assume those are just spares. And as well as that, we get some of these, which are basically just blanks with a spring on and nothing on the ends. And that's just for comfort fit to fill in the other holes on the hat so that it goes and rests on your head comfortably. This is the 16 channel kit, so as well as the Cyton board, which is 8 channels, we get the 8 channel expansion daisy chain board. The whole thing is actually wireless. It also comes with a USB Bluetooth interface to plug into the host computer. Power by default comes from 4 AA batteries, which is really handy, but you can put in a single cell LiPo, which they recommend you buy from Adafruit or somewhere, which I actually have, so I probably won't be using this. There's also a bunch of other wires to help hook those electrodes up, which we'll look at as we assemble it. And the kit also comes with 8 snap-on electrodes, and those are suitable for the actual adhesive skin-tacked electrodes. You get a couple of bags of those as well, and those are the ones that stick on your actual skin, and I guess you could shave your head and stick them on your head as well, but they're intended for muscles, so I'm guessing you can use the same electronics and do basically muscle sensing if you want to build an exosuit or something like that. OpenBCI recommend you actually use a single cell LiPo, and that fits just in the back of the board. You could use the 4 AA's, but that's going to be fine for me. There's a board holder on the back of the cap, and that means the battery can fit in there, and then the electronics will fit on over the top. And there's 4 studs there to actually plug the electronics board onto. I've got one of these Adafruit chargers for a single cell LiPo that allows you to charge off micro USB. It does mean taking the thing to pieces to get the battery out to charge it, but that'll have to do for now. We could of course just break the wires out and put an external connector on if we wanted to. There is a power switch on the side here, labelled BLE off and PC, and I assume we need the BLE mode to connect to the Bluetooth, and there's a little power switch that comes on there. There is then a 3D printed cover that goes on and leaves all these pins exposed, and then the 16 or 8 channel expansion to give us 16 channels in total plugs in over the top. I fitted 10 electrodes so far, and the rest are just those plungers for comfort fit. So I need to wire in the first 8 to the first board and follow the guide on that, and then wire in another 6 and the extra 2 that I fitted onto the daisy chain board. All of these are of course just a screw thread, so you can adjust them in and out to contact your head without applying too much pressure. And here it is fully assembled. So that's 16 electrodes fitted, and I've put those blank plungers in the other gaps for comfort fit. All of the 16 are wired into the board and the daisy chain board, and then there's 2 clips that go on your ears which are ground reference points. And here it is, so that's fitted on my head. I've got my ear clips on, and we've got the Windows GUI displayed here. There are various APIs for Python, Node.js, and there's also a processing sketch you can use to get hold of the data. For now we're just going to look in the Windows GUI because that's the easiest one. It's also available for Linux and Mac. And that's connected with Bluetooth to the Bluetooth dongle that's supplied, and connecting it up is pretty easy. It's set for the 16 channel version. On the left of the screen you can see the 16 channels in fact there, and the top 2 are basically the ones above my head here, and we can see the plot on the bottom right of the screen. So if I blink, you're just picking up muscle data there, and we can see that the front of my head kicks off. Similarly, if I move my eyeballs around, we get something else. The back of my head is the visual cortex, so that's on the bottom of that head plot. We see we get some results there as well, probably because I can see things while I'm blinking my eyes. If I relax all my muscles and everything completely, that brain plot should turn to hardly anything, a very light colour, and we can set different thresholds for that. So in the top right we've got all of the bands basically, so those are all of the 16 sensors and the frequency range. We can see at 50 Hz there's a slight spike, and that's because the mains is 50 Hz in the UK and the mains cables are going all through the walls. So that's all around us. There's a notch filter for 50 or 60 Hz or nothing, and that's set to 50, but there's still a slight spike there. Now I'm sitting not very near my laptop because I found that also caused a 20 Hz spike, so I'm using my other computer for that, which is why there's not a computer in front of me to control and show you different parts of the GUI. There are different views, and we'll look at one of those in a moment. So you can see my brain activity, which is rather interesting, as well as the 16 sensors. And as I said, if I blink, then you can see there's definitely activity, although that's just picking up muscle electrical impulses. It's not actually my motor cortex. My motor cortex is around 11, 12, and sort of 3 and 4 over the top of my head. So if I do intense muscle motions, that should go and trigger those electrodes. What I actually find is it kicks off my whole brain a bit, so that's a bit weird, and I'm not sure why that is. But we can definitely see there's activity there on the sensors, and of course you need volition and other things in your frontal lobe to go and move your limbs. And, well, I'm looking at stuff, although that seems to sort of kick off my whole brain with a little bit of signal. I'm not sure why that is, but we'll talk a bit more about that in a moment. If I kind of tense my legs and my arms, then we can sort of get a more extreme reaction there. And if I relax completely, without blinking, still some activity, but it should turn a very pale colour. So it definitely seems to be measuring brain activity. There's several other things in the GUI. The other most interesting one is band power. That shows you just some blocks of the different frequencies that are very similar to what we can see on the top right. So the lower frequency seems to be the muscle motions and so on. So let's just relax all my muscles, and then if I blink, those bottom 2 should shoot up. Similarly, if I tense all my muscles, very similar results. And the top bands are really to do with thoughts. So gamma, which is the very top one, is very high frequency brainwaves. And that's the sort of thing you get in a toy like the Jedi training toys that have a brain probe and you have to concentrate to have a thing lifted up a tube. That's a real toy you used to be able to buy. I don't know if they still make them. And that uses gamma waves. So if I concentrate a lot, well, it's very difficult, but you should be able to move that gamma bar up. There it goes, and if I relax my thoughts, not worry about anything, we should see that coming down. But probably requires some brain training. It's a bit difficult speaking to you and making this video not to concentrate on anything. The other thing I'll comment on is it's quite hard to actually fit this on your head, and if you shake the whole headset, then everything goes crazy. And you can just about see, hopefully, that it says railed and not railed, or at least at the moment it says not railed on all of those 16 sensors. It takes a bit of time to get all of those. That's basically how good the conduction is with your head. And the ear clips are, of course, a ground point. So in the promo videos for this, they show it on your earlobes. But if I move these clips down, then some of those go to nearly railed. And that's basically to do with how good your conduction is between the electrodes and your skin and the reference points. And I found it works much better if I move these clips up to the top of my ears, probably because it's nearer my head or something. And also it works much better, this is this afternoon after I've had lunch and I drank a lot of water. If your skin's better hydrated, they seem to conduct better and give you more reliable results. Elon Musk recently demoed his Neuralink prototype, and basically what you can see in the footage is a pig on a treadmill. There's some electrodes in its brain and they can predict where its legs are going to move, which they're doing by actually looking at the electrodes in the motor cortex, seeing what brain signals there are, and then there's an algorithm that predicts what they think the legs are going to do, and they match those up and it looks pretty good. But this is a lot more complicated. Obviously the electrodes are in the pig's brain. In my case, they're on the other side of my skull, unfortunately, so we don't get such clear results. And also they used around 200 electrodes and we've only got 16 here. But I think we can get better results, and it'd be really good to be able to think to move something and have a robot move or a robot arm move or something like that, and that's what I'd like to achieve. What we really need to do though is put those electrodes near the motor cortex, which is the part of your brain responsible for moving all of your limbs and all of your muscles, and also near the frontal lobe, which is basically where free thought comes from, so that's where volition comes from. So let's have a closer look at the headset and see where those electrodes actually are. Remember that we do have some blanks here which are for comfort, so the ones that are actually electrodes are the ones with the white wires on. So we've got several around the front here, around the front where it's picking up my eye muscles, essentially here, and around the frontal lobe, so that looks pretty good. And then the rest of them are the other ones here. So we've got these ones around the back where your visual cortex is, and then we've got one on each side basically here, and also here. But looking at the diagram of where the motor cortex is, that's pretty much a headband that runs over the head. So that would be kind of these, and this one here, so pretty much running over here. And these are all blanks at the moment, there's actually nothing there and nothing there. So those are the closest ones, but I think they're a bit far forward, so those are really frontal lobe. But what we really want is that band there filled in. But this is for experimentation, so we can move some of these around and see if we get better results. But before I put that back on my head and give it another go, it's time for a quick ad from the video's sponsor. Now here's a message you don't hear from most sponsors: go and have fun! Yes, that's right, the sponsor for this video, .tech Domains, the choice for the most innovative startups and tech brands around the world, have a simple message: go and play a game and have some fun. Games? Yes, the type of stuff that lets technical people like you flex their problem-solving skills and solve some mind-bending puzzles. Most other brands are trying to pull you in with offers for things you may never really use, but .tech Domains is giving you a chance to win things you actually need. Simply go to breakthecode.tech, solve some amazing puzzles, and enter for a chance to win some awesome prizes. That's it! The puzzles will go live on the 18th of November. The game is time-based and ends soon, so check it out as soon as possible. That's breakthecode.tech, and I'll put that link in the description to this video as well. So check it out to win some awesome prizes. Right, now it's time to put this back on my head. The electrodes I've moved are 13 and 14 and 3 and 4, which pretty much are on that plot there. They're just the band over the head, and I've turned off some other fancy stuff and put some filtering on so we can just see the probes lighting up and not the whole brain, or what it sort of estimates to be the graphics for the brain. So if I relax all my muscles and then blink, we can see we get that activity at the front again as we did before, so that's fine. If I relax again, and we should be able to see some activity across the middle of the brain there. At least we can differentiate from the front when I blink. When I move my arms and so on. Let's move my legs. So we should see 3 and 4 illuminating there. There's the other side. So I don't think that the probes are actually in the right place still, so I think we need a custom headset, perhaps with just a band of 8 or 16 electrodes right over my head. But at least now we can sort of see separate regions of the brain doing things. So I've designed a custom headset, and that is just a band that goes right over the top of the head, and that's just got 8 sensors on, so I'm just using the original board, the Cyton board with the 8 channels plugged in without the daisy chain board. Still got my ear clips, and that's going to just fit over the head, and what we really want to target here is the motor cortex. Here's my brain. It's not my actual brain, it's one of those foam ones that's for education with all of the regions drawn on the inside. But of course what we need to do is target the motor cortex that runs in a band right over the top of the head, and you can see that in the diagram there highlighted in red, but you can also see it's quite small, so it's going to be quite hard to get the probes in the right place. If we look at the brain end on, so if we look at it this way, and we look at one side of the brain, then we can see that that motor cortex is divided into different sections that go over the top. And they're quite small, and each one is for a different part of the body, whether it's your throat or whether it's for chewing or whether it's for your toes or something else. And they're separated quite a bit. We have only got 4 probes, of course, that we need to stick over the top there, so it's going to be quite tricky to get them in the right place. We should be able to differentiate between different parts of the body, and then we can see that those probes are actually producing something. Some of the regions, of course, go right down inside the brain, so that's going to be very difficult because I can't put a probe right in the top of my head. The closest we can get is right to the top of the head, so I don't know how well that's going to work for some of those regions. And I've plugged the probes into the channels as follows, and therefore they should be numbered as follows in the OpenBCI GUI. So basically 1 and 2 on the top, then 3 and 4, 5 and 6, and 7 and 8 right down at the sides. So now if I move different parts of my body, we should see different traces on different channels. So first of all, I'm just going to move my left arm, and we should see some big spikes there on 3, which is actually the sensor in the right place, and 7 is the one on this side of my head. So I think it's actually picking up electrical impulses from my bicep. If I do the other side, then yeah, we see 3 and 4 for some reason, and we see 8 in fact, and 6, which will be on the even side, so that makes some sense. We get a little bit of 3 there, you can just about see. The other sensor's probably not quite in the right place for the other side, but 3 is definitely picking stuff up. Now legs are right in the middle of the brain, so I'd expect that to be 1 or 2, but it depends if 3 is pointing through my skull to the right area. And I'm pretty sure that's my bicep, and 3 would be in the right place, and 4 would be in the right place on the other side. I've just adjusted the headset slightly, and now if I move my left leg, we do actually get that big spike on channel 3. So I think that confirms the theory that 3 is pointing through into the middle of my brain, and 1 and 2 for some reason aren't aligned properly. Perhaps they're just not in the right place for those leg motions that live in the middle of the brain. And again, there's my bicep. So we're getting closer to Elon Musk's pig. But despite some initially pleasing results, there's a few notes. What we understand is that the right-hand side of the brain controls the left side of the body and vice versa, but actually what I'm finding is the sensors on the left are getting triggered with the left side of my body, my left arm and my left leg. So that's a little bit confusing, and I'm not sure why that is. It has been very, very hard to get this headset positioned in the right place, even to get those results, and isolate one electrode from my arm or leg movement without all of the others getting triggered, or nothing happening at all. So who knows what we're actually picking up. That said, there's an article, and I'll put the link in the description to this video, which says there might be more to it to do with how the brain controls each side of the body. And we've also got this other theory potentially that the electrode pointing in there is pointing in to the other side of my brain just because of the way it's positioned for those pieces of the motor cortex that are right in the middle of the brain, which relate to moving your legs essentially. Of course, if you actually want to pick up the electrical signals from your arms and legs, you're far better off putting probes in your arms and legs. And that's how most advanced prosthetics work today. Even in the case of a double shoulder amputee, they still have the electrodes actually on the man's torso, where the nerves end to control the robot arms. But that's not the point. What we can do here, and what we've demonstrated, is by precisely positioning an electrode on the outside of the head, not even stuck in my brain, I can pick up a particular piece of my brain and look for a particular brainwave, and just isolating it to moving my legs and arms and using the motor cortex is the easiest way to prove that, because it's very easy to see, rather than some sort of ambient thought that my arm is moving and the wave is moving. But what we really want to do is put perhaps probes on the front of my brain, on the frontal lobe, and various other places, so I can isolate particular thoughts. That's going to be a lot harder, and I think really rather than a fixed headset like this, we're going to need to be able to position those probes by trial and error so we can see if it's working and move them all independently as we go. Now there is another headset available called the Emotive headset, and that does just that. It's got a kind of head strap, and then it's got probes that look like they move on fingers. I'm pretty sure the technology is the same. Instead of metal spikes that go through your hair, they're using saline-soaked felt, but ultimately these probes are just metal conductors and there's nothing else to them, so you could use a number of things to actually probe your brain from the outside. I'm pretty sure I can make something like that though, so what we're going to do is actually carry on with OpenBCI and the board that I've got here and these electrodes, but probably try to make a different headset where I can reposition them and see if I can actually extract different thoughts from my head essentially to control some hardware. So I need to do a bit more thinking and come back with another video with another headset design and see what we can get out of it. If you'd like to support me through Patreon or YouTube channel membership, those links are in the description below. That's all for now.
The brain is an amazing and complex organ. And while many people are fascinated by the brain, they can't really tell you that much about the properties about how the brain works because we don't teach neuroscience in schools. And one of the reasons why is that the equipment is so complex and so expensive that it's really only done at major universities and large institutions. And so in order to be able to access the brain, you really need to dedicate your life and spend 6.5 years as a graduate student just to become a neuroscientist to get access to these tools. And that's a shame because 1 out of 5 of us, that's 20% of the entire world, will have a neurological disorder. And there are 0 cures for these diseases. And so it seems that what we should be doing is sort of reaching back earlier in the education process and sort of teaching students about neuroscience, and so that in the future they may be thinking about possibly becoming a brain scientist. And so when I was a graduate student, my lab mate Tim Marzullo and myself decided that, what if we took this complex equipment that we have for studying the brain and made it simple enough and affordable enough that anyone, an amateur or a high school student could learn and actually participate in the discovery of neuroscience. And so we did just that. A few years ago, we started a company called Backyard Brains, and we make DIY neuroscience equipment. And I brought some here tonight, and I want to do some demonstrations. You guys want to see some? All right. So I need a volunteer. So right before, what is your name? All right, Sam. I'm going to record from your brain. Have you had this before? No. Okay. All right. I need you to stick out your arm for science. Roll up your sleeve a bit. All right. And so what I'm going to do, I'm putting electrodes on your arm, and you're probably wondering, I just said I'm going to record from your brain. What am I doing with your arm? You have about 80 billion neurons inside your brain right now. They're sending electrical messages back and forth and chemical messages. But some of your neurons right here in your motor cortex are going to send messages down when you move your arm like this. It's going to go down across your corpus callosum, down onto your spinal cord, your lower motor neuron, out to your muscles here. And that is electrical discharge. It's going to be picked up by these electrodes right here. And we're going to be able to listen to exactly what your brain is going to be doing. So I'm going to turn this on for a second. Have you ever heard what your brain sounds like? All right, let's turn it on. So go ahead, go ahead and squeeze your hand. All right, so what you're listening to, so this is your motor units that are happening right here. Okay, so let's take a look at it as well. So I'm going to stand over here, and I'm going to open up our app here. So now I want you to squeeze. Yeah, so right here, these are the motor units that are happening from her spinal cord out to her muscle right here. And as she's doing it, you're seeing the electrical activity that's happening here. We can even click here and try to see one of them. So keep doing it really, really hard. Yeah, so now we've paused on one motor action potential that's happening right now inside of your brain. Okay, do you guys want to see some more? All right. That's interesting, but let's get it better. Okay, I need one more volunteer. Okay, what is your name, sir? Miguel, all right. You're going to stand right here. So Miguel, when you're moving your arm like this, your brain is sending a signal down to your muscles right here. I want you to move your arm as well. All right, so your brain is going to send a signal down to your muscles. And so it turns out that there is a nerve that's right here that runs up here that innervates these 3 fingers. And it's close enough to the skin that we might be able to stimulate that. So that we can do is copy your brain signal that's going out to your hand and inject it into your hand so that your hand will move when your brain tells your hand to move. And so in a sense, she will take away your free will and you will no longer have any control over this hand, okay? You with me? All right, so I just need to hook you up. All right, so I'm gonna find your ulnar nerve, which is probably right around here. You don't know what you're signing up for when you come up and... So now I'm gonna move away and I'm gonna plug it into our human-to-human interface over here. Okay, so Sam, I want you to squeeze your hand again. All right, do it again. All right, perfect. So now I'm going to hook you up over here so that you get the stimulus. It's going to feel a little bit weird at first. This is going to feel like a, you know, when you lose your free will and someone else becomes your agent, it does feel a bit strange. So I want you to relax your hand. All right, and Sam, you're with me? All right, so you're gonna squeeze. I'm not going to turn it on yet, so go ahead and give it a squeeze. All right, so now, are you ready, Miguel?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Okay, so I've turned it on, so go ahead and turn your hand. Do you feel that a little bit?
No.
Okay, do it again.
No, a little bit.
A little bit. Okay, so relax. No, hit it again. Okay. Oh, perfect, perfect. All right, so relax. Do it again. All right, so now. All right, so right now, your brain is controlling your arm, and it's also controlling his arm. So go ahead and just do it one more time. All right, so that's perfect. So now, what would happen if I took over my control of your hand, and so just relax your hand, what happens? Nothing. Why not? Because the brain has to do it. Now you do it again. All right, that's perfect. All right, well, thank you guys for being such a good sport. This is what's happening all across the world, electrophysiology, and we're going to bring on the neuro revolution. Thank you.
This is my colleague David. He's learning to move things with his mind.
Well, there you go.
David and I are visiting a company called Emotive. Emotive wants to build technology that can channel our brainwaves into real-world commands.
I think we're on the cusp of a type of brain augmentation that will transform the way that we are as humans.
Tanli is the founder of Emotive, and the way she describes her company's goal is kind of science fiction-y.
We're applying science to make the force come alive.
What Emotive is doing is an extremely long way off from any of this stuff. But it's the beginning of something big, with the promise that one day our thoughts could control the objects around us.
Can I put it on your head? Yeah. Okay, here we go. So we can see here what parts of your brain are most excited, are most active.
Emotive's headset works by first learning a pattern of your brainwaves. Any pattern, you choose it.
Next, I want you to think of a thought that you're going to use to control this cube and push it away into the distance.
Is there a certain type of thought?
It could be any thought. Something that you think you can reimagine as accurately as possible later on command. Ready? And go.
The computer records his brain activity while he thinks that thought.
How'd that go? I guess we'll find out.
Now, when the computer sees the same brain pattern, it will move the cube.
Ooh, ooh. Hey! Okay, whatever you did that time was definitely, you could, are you?
It's weird.
Huh?
Well, the weirdest thing is, to your suggestion, imagine yourself pushing the cube.
Uh-huh.
So like I imagined like a little me inside of this box pushing this cube, and now it's just...
So now we know what your brain looks like when you're imagining a little you pushing a cube.
Pushing this cube, that's...
The same process can be used to move basically anything.
So we're gonna give it a try.
Yeah.
I think you can do it. Okay. Well, there you go. Mini you is doing well.
Well, now I've lost control of it. Okay, there we go. Wow.
Think of Emotive's technology like a simple yes, no, or on-off switch you can program, sort of like a universal remote control. Tan Lee imagines a scenario where you could teach the headset to recognize several different brain patterns.
There are really no limits to the kinds of things that we can control. We can do anything from turning on your TV, to program your TV channels, Netflix, turning on and off the lights. And the most powerful thing is all you're using is your brain. You can do all of that simply by thinking.
Emotive's goal is a world where headsets like this are everywhere, maybe embedded in a hat or a pair of glasses. But it's crucial to understand the limits of where this technology currently is. It's not the Force.
Some of the claims are overblown. It's different than the Force in that your brain thoughts by themselves are not causing a physical interaction with an object.
Virginia Dessau is a cognitive science professor at UC San Diego. She's an expert in brain-computer interfaces. She says the technology is promising, but still in its infancy.
What you can't do right now is you can't say, I want light on and turn the light on. Think I want the TV on and turn the TV on. Think I want the dishwasher on and turn the dishwasher on.
She also says the technology is easily overhyped. Last year, Emotive released a video of a paraplegic man driving a Formula One car using just his brain and an Emotive headset. The video went viral, partly because of how impressive it made the technology seem, but Dessau says we should be skeptical of what we're seeing here. You can't drive a car with your brain. And the driver in this video was probably only controlling certain elements.
Likely in the case of the car is taking care of maintaining speed, staying in the lane, avoiding hitting anything.
And Emotive's headsets actually have a long way to go in just recording brain signals accurately. Think of how jerky the movement was when David tried to move that block. Specific brain signals can be really difficult to capture, and even with the latest EEG technology, we can't see them quite clearly.
So it's like looking at something through the shower glass where it's frosted glass and it's blurring everything out.
Still, the capabilities are enough that companies are developing systems to allow so-called neurogamers to compete with their thoughts. And similar tech developed in other labs allows people to control artificial limbs with their minds. And maybe there's more ahead. People like Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and the entrepreneur Brian Johnson are developing brain control technology. Facebook is talking about a system where we will type with our thoughts.
It sounds impossible, but it's closer than you may realize.
These are big names with big money. But remember, right now, what the technology actually does is still pretty basic.
There you go!
Still, the potential for harnessing the power of human thought is definitely exciting. And if the technology improves, one day it could be big.
I think that this moment, it's an extremely exciting frontier that can truly transform our understanding of ourselves and also change the way we perceive our own limits as humans as well.
The CIA was seeking a new weapon aimed not at the body, but at the mind.
Those who control your words control your mind.
You say the president is using mind control, but how is that provable?
Your mind. You can calm it, lose it, change it, blow it, or even use it to follow the advice of 90s R&B groups. But your mind is also something that other people or forces are trying to control. And sure, your brain is an impenetrable fortress, and advertising doesn't work on you, and you've listened to enough true crime podcasts to recognize a cult when you see one. But people hoping to influence your thoughts have countless ways to at least try. And it sure seems like they can get you to do some pretty weird stuff, at least if we're to believe everything we see on TV.
A shopkeeper has lost hundreds of pounds of cash after a thief used a trick that appears to leave the victim hypnotized.
Even we were surprised to hear of the latest tactic to sell a house, hypnosis.
Whether hypnosis can literally capture your mind has figuratively captured our minds for centuries. Whether it was young Sigmund Freud, or the evil mom from Get Out, or just someone trying to figure out a new use for their old pocket watch.
Soon, we drop into a very deep, hypnotic sleep.
1, 2...
And sleep.
Hypnosis can put people into a state where they experience heightened focus and concentration and a stronger than usual response to suggestion. It's sometimes used as part of therapy for helping to treat depression, lose weight, quit smoking, or cope with pain. There are also more disturbing uses of hypnosis.
Thorough understanding of what seduction through hypnosis is, you will be able to fully grasp the concept of this revolutionary new method of seduction.
The fact is that if you're not using hypnosis, deep persuasion, and mind control techniques to seduce women, you're losing out big time.
These alternative types of hypnosis, which don't seem to take into account, consent, became popular in the 80s. They're part of a pseudoscience called neurolinguistic programming. It relies on subtle touches, cues, and language choices to bend someone's will. It repurposes parts of hypnotherapy for more self-serving purposes like sex, sales, or convincing people no, it's totally normal how much time I spend online trying to learn hypnosis. Many hypnotists argue that hypnosis isn't mind control at all, since they claim it can't make someone do something they truly don't want to do. Because no officer, you see, they wouldn't have given me the cash unless deep down they really wanted me to have it. Even if you're able to fend off aspiring hypnotists, there are plenty of other forces trying to gain control of your brain by possessing your body. Forces like, the devil. Ever heard of him? The Catholic Church has. According to them, the number of exorcisms they've performed has gone up over the last few decades.
Speak, I command you.
A troubling trend, whether the church is just doing exorcisms all willy-nilly, or the devil got himself organized and upped his productivity. If you don't believe the devil is trying to take over your brain and body, because honestly, what makes you so special, the natural world is full of other threats to your autonomy, like behavior-altering parasites, a phrase that can be used to refer to your exes. Got 'em. Toxoplasma gondii is a parasite found in around a third of all people. It's usually passed through animal feces, most notably via cat litter boxes. Researchers tentatively linked Toxoplasma gondii infection in humans with impulsive behavior and mental illness. And they found that those who were infected were over 2.5 times more likely to have traffic accidents, which left some people wondering whether cats can control their owners' minds. And while a 2016 study concluded that there was little to no real evidence for these claims, I still recommend not eating your cat's poop. Governments have also tried to control people through chemical concoctions, also known as drugs. During the Cold War, the US's drug of choice was LSD. Headed up by the CIA, Project MK was a series of dangerous, often unethical, and sometimes illegal experiments on controlling human behavior. They included methods like torture, sensory deprivation, electroshock treatments, and dosing thousands of subjects with LSD and other drugs, sometimes against their will. The programs shattered the lives of many of its subjects, some reporting long-term trauma and permanent debilitation. And if you're one of those weird, the ends justify the means people, you'll be disappointed to hear that long after the program ended, the guy in charge concluded that the work there had been useless. MK was driven by the US's fear that the Soviet Union was also working on mind control tech, which they were. The Soviets had $1 billion program for mind control research they called psychotronics, which was built on the pseudoscientific theory that brains could send and receive a kind of high-frequency electromagnetic radiation. While I would happily accept $1 billion of government money to essentially come up with the idea of being on the same wavelength, the Soviets' ideas feel pretty similar to some modern takes on mind control.
It's not that the microwaves have somehow interfaced with the brain. We already interface with the space winds and all these other magnetic fields.
Some aspiring mind controllers try to manipulate one person at a time, which, if we're being honest, is inefficient. Mental manipulators who actually believe in themselves try to mesmerize large groups at once. Marketing researchers in the 1950s fell in love with the idea of using subliminal messaging, provocative images and messages flashing on a screen so quickly that the conscious brain wouldn't register them, but would be influenced to buy something. It's unclear how effective subliminal messaging is, as some say it works, others say it doesn't, and the rest of us are pretty sure it's just a lazy stand-in for a good ad campaign. But more subtle cues can also inform our consumer habits. In one study, playing French music in a supermarket increased sales of French wine, while piping in German music increased sales of German wine. And I can only assume that playing Taylor Swift would increase sales of very bland wines that every few years my friends insist I try, saying, no, it's good now. These days, many mind control anxieties center around the media and how it molds our thoughts and actions. In 2018, the largest owner of local TV news stations in the US, Sinclair Broadcast Group, made hundreds of news anchors read the same script on air. Deadspin compiled those messages into an eerie mashup.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think.
The irony of making broadcasters criticize bias and agenda pushing with the same word-for-word script is, well, it's so rich it doesn't have to pay taxes. While Sinclair claimed the segment was a promotional campaign to warn against fake news, the segment led people to accuse Sinclair of being a cult and brainwashing its audiences. But it is true that the internet, and social media in particular, have a massive influence over what we think.
Some programmers call it brain hacking, and the tech world would probably prefer you didn't hear about it.
Once social media was designed and keeps on creating itself, then the social media, in fact, is going to be shaping the brain.
Social media can radicalize unsuspecting users into extreme beliefs and change our behavior through habit building and conditioning, reinforced with tiny rewards like notifications or getting likes, or punishments like no notifications, or people who comment on a post without liking it. Where do you get off? While big tech isn't dosing you with LSD, although some of them definitely would if you let them, that doesn't mean there isn't a chemical element. Social media has been compared to other addictive habits, like gambling, because it gives your brain a hit of dopamine, which, if you ask the people who built Facebook, wasn't by accident.
It's exactly the kind of thing that a hacker like myself would come up with, because you're exploiting a vulnerability in human psychology.
In a 2014 paper with the terrifying title, Experimental Evidence of Massive Scale Emotional Contagion Through Social Networks, researchers working at Facebook seemed to show they could alter users' moods and posting behavior by tinkering with their feeds. The study was condemned for failing to get consent from the hundreds of thousands of people it turned into subjects. Facebook spokespeople later apologized, but CEO Mark Zuckerberg was probably busy applying a completely appropriate amount of sunscreen. You probably have at least a few years before social media, street hypnotists, or pet parasites turn you into a complete zombie. After all, at best, most methods of mind control have never worked exactly as advertised, and at worst, they range from dressed-up cruelty to outright myths. But given the great amount of effort individuals, companies, and governments have put into attempts at mind control and manipulation over the years, staying vigilant is kind of understandable. So for now, maybe you can relax and focus on something else, like these fine pocket watches I have for sale.
When I say mind control, what comes to mind is probably subliminal messages, Illuminati government conspiracies, or crazy wizard fortune tellers. Don't worry, I would never put anything like that in my videos. The mind control I'm talking about is using your thoughts to control technology. Seriously, Gigafied, what futuristic Star Wars dystopian are you living in? That technology doesn't exist yet. It's actually more common than you might be aware. From mind-controlled prosthetics and exoskeletons to toy helicopters and consumer-level games. But how does this work? How is it possible? Inside everyone's pretty little head is this gnarly, squishy, fatty mass. It's functionally dependent upon neurons that communicate through electrical impulses. And as we've covered before, electrical impulses give off electromagnetic waves, and brain waves are no different. This means that we can use devices to measure the different frequencies of our brain waves. This is known as electron EEG, And by converting the EEG results to numerical values, we can use our brain activity as computer input to control various technologies. This is known as a brain-computer interface, and in its simplest form, that's what I have here. This is a Star Wars Force Trainer toy that you can get for around $40 online. It has a chip in it that reads beta waves and uses them to control the height of this ball. So let's see if we can hack into it to control other things. Removing the batteries and opening up the headset, we can see that it uses this, a NeuroSky EEG chip that can be found in many other similar products. You can see that it has a T and R pin that transmits and receives the EEG data. We want to solder a wire to the T pin to output the data to our computer and another wire to the ground terminal. In order to translate the data to our computer, we'll need to use an Arduino. So connect the transmit wire to the receive pin on the Arduino and the ground wire to the ground pin. Then on your computer, download the Arduino Brain library from here and save it to your Arduino libraries folder. Plug the Arduino into your computer and upload the Brain serial test sketch to it. Opening up the serial console, you should start seeing data. The first number is the communication, 200 is bad, 0 is good. The second and third numbers are the attention and meditation values. Now that we have the data, what can we do with it? Let's edit the code to loop through the brainwave data and create a meditation variable. Then let's check for a good connection, and if the meditation value is less than 50, let's turn the LED on. Uploading it and testing it out, once your meditation value drops below 0, the LED should turn on. But what about controlling other objects with your mind? Well, the ideal solution would be wireless because the headset looks dumb enough without having a lot of extra wires coming from it. I like the infrared solution because that means we can control any electronic device that has an infrared remote control. But to do this, we're going to need an IR LED and an IR receiver. Luckily, I happen to have this old broken VCR laying around with perfect salvageable parts. But the main part that we're interested in is this little IR receiver. Then on the remote side, pop it open and remove the LED from it. Take these parts along with a 100 ohm resistor and attach them to the Arduino like this and plug it into your computer. You'll then want to download the Arduino IR library and put it into your libraries folder. Create a new program with this code, upload it to Arduino, and then open the console. When you aim a remote at the receiver and press a button, the console should show that button's code. Write this down for the button that you want to emulate. Now on the sending side, you want to load up this IR send demo code and replace this with the IR type you recorded and this with the button code. Upload it, open up the console, and place the Arduino near the object you want to control. Whenever you enter anything into the console, it should activate the IR LED and send the signal to that device. Now all we have to do is combine the mind control with the IR LED. So you can remove the receiver because we won't need it anymore, and then add back the mind control wires. This is what my final Arduino mind control headset looks like. And then after that, just edit your original LED code so that instead of turning on an LED, it sends an IR signal instead. Then upload it and test it out. If you don't need the console, you can remove the USB cable and attach a battery to the Arduino for a completely wireless operation. This video only scratches the surface, but it should give you a head start on all the different things that you can control using your mind. What would you control? Let me know in the comments below. I'm anticipating a lot of world domination comments.
What is up everyone, how are you all doing? I hope you're all doing great, and I hope you're all staying safe. Today's video is another one of those really exciting ones. However, I have to hold my excitement because I don't actually have the device that I'm super excited for in my hands yet. In fact, we're waiting for the delivery courier as we speak. You guys know I like to unbox and set things up with you for like the first time impressions. So guys, it is the next day, and as many of you may know, there's a reason for that. However, that also means that now we've got a Stream Deck. Not that I can do anything with it on video, but it also means we've got the package. I talked a lot about BCIs in the past, and I have contacted Next Mind, and I asked them whether they would like to send one over for the channel to check out, for me to review for you guys, and I'm going to test out a few things with this thing that some skeptics were saying on the Discord server. You guys wanted me to test one of these out, so you guys were talking about them, and you had no clue that I was going to receive this and test it out for you guys. Someone said they thought it was voice controlled because everybody constantly said what they were going to do before it happened, so I'm going to do like a silent moment here as well, just to prove to you that it is, as a matter of fact, not voice controlled. But this is the Next Mind dev kit, and I am so unbelievably excited to test this thing out. First of all, unboxing experience is always extremely important for me, and this thing comes in one of the nicest packaging I have ever seen. And you might think, okay, this isn't so nice. Check this out. Look at that. Instant fingerprint magnet, sure, but come on. Tell me that green and black does not look good. But I'm not going to be sitting here and just absolutely... I'm keeping this box. I'm gonna do something with this box. So here it is, the Next Mind dev kit. We've got the brain-computer interface device here, and I'm assuming we've got cables here. This thing is a fingerprint magnet right now. So looking at this, it looks utterly amazing. Just like the presentation, I love the presentation. Let your brain take control. Wow, absolutely unbelievable. And back here, this is something else. Look at this. It has like little probes here or something. Damn. And it's USB Type-C. You guys know how much I love USB Type-C. That is absolutely unbelievable. Thank you so much for making it USB Type-C. I'm trying to go universal. I'm trying to change all my cables to USB Type-C. So that is quite a big thing for me right there. Then we get, I assume this would be a headband so that you can put it on your head. I'm going to try and mount it to my headset, and we get the Type-C cable and a tiny little getting started manual. Now it seems that this will not work with the Elite head strap, so I'm going to need to put the old head strap back onto my Quest. No issue with that. But yeah, let's install the necessary software and check this thing out. So because I want to share as much of this as possible with you guys, powering it on is actually pretty simple. All you do is you press the little power button and the LED just turns on. Pairing it with my PC, I'm going to assume it has Bluetooth. I'm going to try connect it and I'll let you guys know. So what you do is you hold the button on the device for 4 seconds. The light will start blinking. Now it's in pairing mode. So what you want to do is you want to go to the Bluetooth settings on your laptop or computer and search for new devices. Once you have found the device, it's as simple as just connecting to it. The next step is also pretty simple. You open up your web browser and go to next-mind.com/start. This will take you to download and install the software that you will require in order to start your Next Mind device. Okay, so my Oculus Quest is charging up. I've got the device set up on the back of my head here using the strap they provided. So basically we're gonna go through the first steps. Yeah, we're gonna go through that now. I'm gonna make this a tiny bit tighter, which is actually just as simple as pulling on these little things here, because my head's tiny. So now we have it strapped onto the back of my head. And we're recording. So, okay, so first we're gonna set up and calibrate. So all the contacts have turned green, which means the pressure we have is very good. Keep the electrodes touching the scalp, okay? So we need to move it up and down to make sure that it's connecting through the hair, and it is, so that's perfect. And now let's start calibration. So you'll be shown 3 green lines as illustrated here, and just relax and focus on them. They will start forming a triangle. Hold still during the whole sequence for about 45 seconds for optimal calibration. Okay. Yes, we're calibrated. Good job. We got a score of 4, guys. That's almost a perfect score. Pretty happy with that. That is so cool. Okay, so what I did there is I focused on the different discs to see how well it's been calibrated. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is so cool. Oh my, okay. So I'm going to tell you guys now very quietly which one I'm going to focus on to the microphone. I'm going to focus on the left one. Oh my god, I'm like an anime girl right now. Oh, that is so cool. Okay, let's try Neuro TV. Control your TV screen with your mind. Let's try that. Select your channel. Oh my god.
such as here.
Oh my gosh. That is so cool. Let's try Music Composer. Okay, I'm gonna go to main menu again. Let's try the platformer. This is gonna be interesting because I have no clue how a platformer would work. Press left and right arrows to move. Okay, press the up arrow to jump. Focus on the rocks to free the path. Whoops. What else do we got here? Pin pad. Okay, let's try this. Okay, tap here to generate. Okay, 1963. Okay, 1. That is so cool. That is so cool. Okay, let's try putting something incorrectly this time. 6, 7. So, that is unbelievably cool. And all of this works so incredibly well, I could be geeking out like an anime girl right now. But let's try it out in VR, because there is a little VR game that you can play using this, and I'm really excited to try that out, because after all, there's so many possibilities that you can do with this thing in VR. So without any further ado, let's just do that right away. So I'm gonna exit to desktop. I'm gonna take this off my head, and I'm going to show you guys how to mount it onto your Oculus Quest head strap, because it's as simple as just unlocking the device right here, taking the device off, then you grab your Oculus Quest head strap, the flimsy one, and you just strap it on like so. Ta-da! Look at that. So now I'm going to strap this onto the Quest, and I'll be right back to you guys. So I'm not going to be using any controllers for this whatsoever, and we're playing with nothing but our brain right now. In fact, I have my hands in my pockets.
Important that you avoid moving around and focus as much as possible on their brain to destroy them.
Sure, will do.
Let's begin with a training session.
Okay.
Follow my hologram beam.
Oh, yes! And I'm not speaking for all those skeptics out there that thought it was by voice control, so I'm not speaking to show you that this is actually using my brain right now. I can't get a few of them. I don't really know where exactly I'm supposed to focus. But when it works, it's the coolest thing ever.
You can check your performance on the panel.
Which panel? That one? Brain power 0%.
Oh no, we are under attack. We detected synapses on board. You need to run away. Focus on the teleporter to reach an escape pod. Too late. Synapses are already on rescue deck. They will capture you.
Uh-oh. Okay, guys, now it is the moment.
Wake up. Wake up. This is Colonel Shepard speaking.
Yes?
You are on planet Victoria. The
Oh.
Xenos have captured you during your escape. I'll
Oh.
guide you to the extraction point, where
Okay.
we'll pick you up if you're still alive.
Wow. Thanks.
Okay. I've activated a neuroteleporter. You can escape. What's going on? I forgot to turn off the alarm. Well, it's going to be tougher than expected. You must fight back and dodge their energy blasts. Avoid the energy blasts. Move so you
That one
don't
didn't
get
even...
hit.
Where do I go? Okay. Oh. Okay, so when I speak, I lose concentration, which makes sense, because that's, I'm a person that has very high, like, low concentration levels, so I can't be speaking. I need to focus. Yes!
Perfect. You can teleport.
Let's go. Where are you at? One down. Okay. Hell yeah.
Ah, fantastic. The next teleporter is active. You can move on.
Okay, that is something else. But considering I'm going to finish here because look how sweaty I am right now. Oh my gosh. Okay, that is incredible. Let's jump back to the main setup so that we can do a conclusion. Okay, so instantly there are a few things that just instantly come to mind. And first thing is this is probably one of the coolest things I have ever tried. Because it is something that, like, you'd think, oh yeah, this will only happen in the future. And now it is the future. It works so damn well. Like, I would have not expected it to work this well. In 2D applications on PC, it reacts really, really fast. For some reason, for me, in VR, it was a lot harder. I have a strange feeling this may have something to do with the fact that I can't really see on this eye. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but for me in VR, it was a lot harder to focus than it was on 2D applications on the display here, which worked pretty much as soon as I thought of them, which is really, really cool. In VR, I was having a little bit of issues, but again, I think that might just be me. And maybe the fact that I was less concentrated because it was so hot and I was sweating like absolutely horribly. So I think those factors come into consideration here, but I am highly impressed. This is absolutely incredible. And this is the next step forward. This is the next step forward. Now, this is also one of the first steps forward. And we all know that, you know, being first is great and is incredibly amazing and all of that. However, there does need to be refinement. I did ask a bunch of other people in my family to try it out, and my mom got like a 2, and we tried multiple times, and she still got like 2s on the brain calibration. However, my brother got the highest mark out of all of us, and for him, it worked even better than it did for me. So I do realize that every brain is different, but if this is going to go into the masses, I feel like it needs to be much more universal for more and more people to be able to use it. However, I do also realize that that could be user error, and we could just be calibrating things incorrectly. Not only this, but with being first also comes with a bunch of limitations. As we all know, this currently is a dev kit. There isn't much things for your average consumer here right now. Not many games and not many applications that would support it. But it is an incredible, amazing step forward. And I am so impressed. Next Mind, thank you so much for sending this over. I am highly impressed. A link for this will be down in the description below in case you guys do want to check it out. It is impressive. And I can't say much more. My mind is blown. And I'm probably gonna make a pun out of that and make it into the title, but either way, this is incredible, and I am so happy that we got to test this out. So many of you wanted me to test it out, and hopefully I eliminated a few of those thoughts that maybe it was voice activated by just staying completely silent during those. Well guys, that is going to be it for today's video. No meme review today because this video has gone on for long enough, judging by the fact that I have 5 voice clips, each of a extremely long duration. So I hope you guys enjoyed today's video. If you did, please leave a like. If you didn't, I guess this button works too, but please tell me why down in the comments section below. If you guys are not yet part of the community but would like to join, there's a Discord server down below, there's a Reddit down below where I want to see you posting your spicy memes, and if you guys want to support the channel in any way, shape, or form, we've got sick merch down below or on mysticalstore.com, hoodies that don't put an ad on your body, and mugs that boost your FPS by 300%. And if you guys want to be notified about future content coming up on the channel daily, make sure to smack the subscribe button with your forehead, ding my bell, and see you again in the next video. Peace.
As he mentioned, my name is Misha Sra, and today I'm going to talk about something that most all of us are using right now, and I don't mean your phones. I'm going to talk about your ears. So in 1790, Alessandro Volta, he had just invented the battery, and he put the electrodes in his ears and then promptly passed out. And right before he passed out, he said he felt the sensations of spinning. And most likely that sensation was from vestibular stimulation, which is what I'm going to talk about over the next several minutes. Right before I get into it, let's take a moment to think about balance. Balance is something most of us take for granted. Right? Most of us can easily walk across a gravel path. We can transition from walking on a sidewalk onto grass, back onto the sidewalk. And we don't really have to think about it. People don't normally stumble doing those things. Now, maintaining balance requires that the brain receive information from 3 main sources. You need information from your visual system, so data coming in from the eyes. You need information from your proprioceptive system, which is your muscles and your joints. And as an example of proprioception, some of you want to follow along, or all of you, if you hold out your fingers just like that in front of your face, close your eyes, and touch the tip of your nose with your finger and eyes closed. And most everybody can do that with some amount of success, right? And that's because of your sense of proprioception, this inner sense that we have. So the third thing the brain needs is information from your vestibular system, or your inner ear. So what exactly is going on inside your ear? Turns out a whole lot. The sensory information about motion, about equilibrium, about spatial orientation, all of this information goes from your vestibular system to your brain. And in each ear, you have what constitutes the vestibular system, which is what I just highlighted with a rectangle. It's 3 semicircular canals that are at right angles to one another, and they take care of detecting rotational movement. And then you have the utricle and the saccule. Those take care of detecting gravity as well as linear movement. It's kind of like the gyroscope and the accelerometer working in your phone. It's the same kind of system, and it's a pretty amazing system. So the semicircular canals are filled with a fluid called the endolymph. And at the base of each canal is a cupula and some hair bundles inside it. So if you look on the right side of the image, when the person rotates, the fluid gets sloshed around. And when the fluid moves, the hair moves. And then the hair sends a signal to the brain telling what's happening, right? And then there's 3 semicircular canals. There's essentially the anterior canal, which detects motion like this, like head nodding. There's posterior canal, which detects motion like a head tilt towards your shoulders. And then there's the lateral canal that detects motion like a swivel, your head going side to side. The utricle and the saccule, they work slightly differently. They have tiny calcium carbonate crystals, kind of like tiny bones, that are floating on top of the gel membrane, inside of which there's again hair bundles. And so when you look at the person bending over to pick up a box, the bones get pulled down because of gravity. And they pull the gel membrane along, and then the hair gets pulled along, and again the hair sends a signal to the brain saying, all right, this is what's happening. So the utricle largely sits horizontally in your head. And that's how it detects movement in this plane. Things like moving forward, side to side. The saccule sits vertically in your head. And so it detects movement in the vertical plane. things like sitting down or standing up. When all of this works, people can do some really amazing things with balance, right? But what happens when things don't work right? What happens if the signals that are going to the brain just don't line up? Well, that's when you get motion sickness, right? So motion sickness essentially is a mismatch of signals that are sent to the brain from your eyes and your ears. And I imagine a lot of people have experienced this here. When you're reading a book in a moving car, your ears are telling the brain, I'm moving. But your eyes are telling the brain, nope, we're not moving. Because you're essentially static relative to the car seat, the floor beneath your feet. And so it's this disagreement between those two signals that triggers nausea and vomiting, right? The same thing happens in virtual reality. Like VR, as it exists right now, essentially depends on visual information. And so the possibilities of what we can see in VR, practically endless. However, what we can feel in VR is very limited, right? Most of the time, you just feel like you're standing in your living room or sitting on your couch, even though you may be flying or swimming or doing all sorts of things in VR. Now, what if we could make you feel this motion? What if we could fix motion sickness? That's exactly what we did when we built a vestibular stimulation device. It basically is a small wearable that can automatically sense when to provide you the right type of feedback when you're in VR. The way it works is that we place electrodes behind each ear, and then we hook up the device to a small battery, and then we stimulate the nerves that I talked about earlier, the nerves that go from your inner ear to your brain. We stimulate them with a small amount of current, something like maybe 1 milliamp. So electrically stimulating the vestibular system is called galvanic vestibular stimulation, or GVS. We tested our device, we tested GVS in a VR roller coaster experience. You can imagine what a VR roller coaster might feel like. And in this case, it went from a vomit fest to something that people actually found thrilling and exciting. People were like, I want this in my home, I want to do it all the time. And they said that they could feel every turn of the roller coaster in their body, something that they'd expect to feel on a real roller coaster. Another thing we can do in VR, which is what I started to talk about, is remote control people. Basically, how can we steer people using GVS? And if you watch in the video, the person actually intends to walk straight, but they end up turning quite smoothly. And that happens, well, there's a prerequisite for it, that you need to be looking down when you do apply GVS. So if they had been looking up and we had applied GVS, they would have staggered. And that almost feels like somebody's pushing you. That doesn't feel comfortable. But this is fairly comfortable. You just turn towards the anodal direction quite smoothly. So we use this idea in building a two-person VR game, kind of like an escape the room VR game, where there's one person who's in VR and they're in a dark room. They can't see anything, but they can hear things around them. And then the other person is using a tablet or a PC. And their task is to use GVS to steer the person in VR around obstacles, help them escape the room, right? So it's a collaborative game. So this is all well and good. It's all fun and it's pretty interesting. But what else can GVS do, right? Volta didn't stick electrodes in his ears just for the sake of doing so. What he wanted to do was see how stimulating the ear could be done electrically. He wanted to see how it would impact hearing. Similarly, other researchers in the 1800s, they also tried using vestibular stimulation to see if it would fix deafness or if it would cure other diseases of the ear. Now, doctors are starting to use vestibular stimulation for things like therapy, rehab, even for training, athletic training enhancement. Scientists are starting to use GVS, trying to see how really low levels of stimulation can actually impact higher order brain function. Things like tactile sensation, face recognition, and even memory. Right, so as a last thought, we all know that machines are getting smarter by the day, right? And what if we could evolve alongside the machines? Now, brain hacking has been a futuristic fascination for decades, but we all understand that actually fully understanding the brain is going to take many, many years of work. But with GVS, we can actually get started right now by building devices that can impact small parts of the brain, hack those little areas, just like the one we created. Thank you very much.
Hi, Mystery Recapped here. Today, I'm going to explain an episode called Mother's Remote from a sci-fi drama anthology on children. Spoilers ahead, watch out, and take care. Chen Shu Li is a middle-aged woman who has recently been divorced from her husband. They have a teenage son together named Pei Wei. Shu Li is overly obsessed with her kid and wants him all to herself. She has even managed to obtain sole custody of Pei Wei. The mother and son have recently moved into their new home. A worker helps Shu Li carry all the boxes. His footsteps seem to disgust her, so as soon as the guy leaves, she starts to mop the floor. Shu Li is an extreme germaphobe who is obsessed with sanitation and feels compelled to clean excessively. While dusting Pei Wei's room, she finds several boxes under his bed. She brings a suspicious one out and finds the school's stamp on it. She realizes that her son has been using them to create fake test results to hide his grades from her. In school, Pei Wei is with his friends, talking about the upcoming graduation trip. They have planned to sneak out of the hotel room to go for a bike ride. As they excitedly discuss the plan, a female classmate approaches them and asks for Pei Wei's friend's jacket. They laugh and hand it to her, sensing a romantic relationship forming between them. She gives him a note, asking him out on a date, making the guys playfully tease him. Before returning home, Pei Wei prints out a copy of his fake report card. He plans to use the stamps at home to make the card look authentic. Pei Wei knows that if his mother finds out about his shenanigans, she will never allow him to go on the graduation trip. But still, he takes the chance. When he reaches home, he looks for the box but cannot find it. He pretends to be studying when his mother enters the room. He sees that she has the box with her. A nervous Pei Wei doesn't say a word, knowing that his secret is out. She starts to scold him, but he ignores her entirely. Shu Li is enraged by his behavior and gets ever more furious when he says he lost his actual report card. Pei Wei is interested in painting and doodling, but she doesn't support his hobbies. In contrast, she blames his doodles for his low grades and refuses to let him go on the graduation trip. In a fit of rage, Pei Wei says that his father would have let him go. Following that, Shu Li quietly leaves him alone. She works till midnight to calm her anger, then knocks on his door again. When he doesn't answer, she goes to a convenience store to get a cigarette. While smoking at the bus stop, Shu Li notices an advertisement playing on a screen nearby. The actor questions the viewers if their children are disobedient. This catches Shu Li's attention, making her listen carefully. Using the latest technology, scientists have created a remote that will help parents make their children do anything they want. They can basically make all the decisions for the kids without them rebelling. The advertisement, however, doesn't explain what exactly the product is. Moments later, a man approaches Shu Li, who she recognizes as the person from the advertisement she just watched. He asks her if she is interested in the device. Kids, if you ever receive a sales pitch this sketchy, run far away. The following morning, Pei Wei wakes up late and runs to the door after getting ready. On his way to the bus stop, he bumps into a man and apologizes. Because of this, he misses the bus and has to take a taxi. When the taxi driver states his son also reads in the same school, he realizes something is odd. Pei Wei is experiencing some kind of deja vu because he went through the same experiences the previous morning. When he reaches school, everyone is already in class. He joins his group of friends and asks them what day it is. They reply that it is June 7th, Wednesday. Pei Wei clearly remembers that it was yesterday, which freaks him out even more. During break time, they yet again plan to sneak out of their hotel room on the graduation trip. Similarly, a girl approaches them, asking for Pei Wei's friend's jacket. Not understanding what is going on, Pei Wei this time chooses to stay quiet. After a long, confusing day, when he returns home, he sees that his box of stamps is still under his bed. Pei Wei is confused, but he doesn't want to risk his mother getting mad again. He stamps the fake report card and shows it to his mother, who appears disappointed. She doesn't call him out for lying and simply asks him to have his dinner. The following day, Pei Wei is again late for school. He gets ready and runs to the bus stop, only to bump into the same guy for the third time. When he misses his bus and gets into the exact same taxi as the previous day, he registers that he might be stuck in a loop. A logical assumption, since Hollywood won't stop making these stupid movies. He runs to the school and looks at the date, which still happens to be the 7th of June. After school, he shows his mother the fake card yet again. However, this time, she doesn't accept it. She claims that she had given him 3 chances to redeem himself, but he hasn't learned his lesson. A shocked Pei Wei looks at her in disbelief, as Xu Li declares if he doesn't fix his mistake, he will be stuck in the loop forever. Following that, she brings out a strange remote and presses the reset button. This turns back time for Pei Wei, making him wake up on the 7th of June once again. The remote is a controlling device she bought from the stranger at the bus stop. It is used as a torturing technique to make one's child obedient. Pei Wei wakes up and confronts his mother, but gets no reply. She asks him to make the right decision and not disappoint her this time. Still, Pei Wei does the same thing again. After all, he's a moron who doesn't study and lies about it. For the next few days, the loop keeps on repeating. When Pei Wei finally gets tired of it, he hands her his real report card. Delighted at her first success, she instantly puts forward another obstacle for him. Xu Li knows he hates bitter gourd, so, to test his obedience, she makes him eat it for dinner. Fearing the remote, he does as he's told. Furthermore, she demands he go to cram school, starting the next day. This means that Pei Wei won't get to meet his friends anymore, but still, he cannot refuse. To make him the best in his class, she plans to repeat a day 15 times. That way, he can learn the same chapter over and over again, while his friends only do it once. On his first day of cram school, she makes him wear the clothes of her choice. For the next 15 days, he continues going to the first day of class. Pei Wei hardly has any control in his life. His only way to survive is to do as told. The loops make him suffocate, but his mother is too obsessive to understand his feelings. The twist here is that there is no good guy and bad guy. They're both dicks. Such is life. One day, after class, he goes to the school and meets his homeroom teacher. When Pei Wei insists, the teacher agrees to try to persuade his mother to let him go on the graduation trip. He arranges a meeting with her and puts forward his concerns about Pei Wei's mental health, but Xu Li is adamant about her decision. She thinks she knows the best for her kid and completely ignores the teacher's pleas. One day, Pei Wei is in the library when he meets a girl named Chang Fang Lan. She also likes to doodle, so the two instantly get along. They talk about several doodle artists and promise to meet again the next day before separating. After some days of talking, Pei Wei skips his cram class and goes to Fang Lan's home for a date. He is welcomed by her painter mother and musician father. They are the exact opposite of Xu Li, which is refreshing for Pei Wei. The kids go to the terrace and paint using water guns. This is the most fun Pei Wei has ever had. As they talk about their dreams and aspirations, Fang Lan says that she wants to go to New York to study the arts. The following day, Xu Li gets a call from Pei Wei's teacher, who informs her of his absence. Somewhere else, he and Fang Lan are enjoying their date. They go to a photo booth and kiss, but their date is interrupted by Xu Li, who has found them after tracking Pei Wei's phone. She takes them out for lunch and asks Fang Lan several questions about herself. When they return home in the evening, she demands Pei Wei to stop going to the library and stop seeing Fang Lan immediately. Pei Wei begs her to let him have this one thing, but she stays firm in her decision. Seeing him desperate for something that she doesn't like, she uses a special feature in the remote and resets the loop. Pei Wei wakes up in his bed and runs to meet Fang Lan, but she doesn't recognize him. He is devastated to find that because of the remote, no one except for his mother recognizes him. Following that day, Pei Wei gets extremely sick and can hardly get up. Shu Li takes care of him to the best of her abilities, but he only gets weaker. He often dreams of playing with his friends and Feng Lan on a beach, but knows his dream will never come true. The scene shifts to several years later. Pei Wei has grown into a man with a stable job and high income. He is dating a girl named Ji and has moved out of his mother's house. Shu Li, however, is still very involved in his life and controls him to some point. Her obsession with cleanliness has passed on to Pei Wei. Shu Li doesn't approve of Ji, so she is constantly looking for girls to set him up. One evening, they meet for dinner, where she has invited one of such girls, named Riley. According to Shu Li, Riley has recently returned from America and is looking for a partner. She tries to engage Pei Wei in a conversation with Riley, but he clearly isn't interested. After dinner, the two are left alone. Riley tells him that she is actually engaged to a girl. Her parents do not support her decision and trick her into joining people for dinner like she did today. Pei Wei laughs and reveals that he also has a girlfriend and didn't know she would be here tonight. They talk about her life in America. When Riley mentions New York, Pei Wei reminisces about his first love, Feng Lan. He remembers all the time he spent with her like it was yesterday, and still despises his mother for doing what she did to him. After returning home that day, he looks for Feng Lan's name on the internet and finds out she is an artist in New York. Seeing her face makes him tear up, thinking about all the things he missed in his childhood. The very next day, he books his mother a flight to Europe for a vacation. Ji also leaves for a trip to Australia. When he is alone, he goes to Shu Li's house to look for the remote. However, he doesn't know the safe's passcode. On her way to the airport, Shu Li realizes she has left her passport at home. When she returns, she finds her son outside her house with the remote that she used to control him. She furiously asks him what he plans to do with it. Pei Wei approaches her with the remote, but is hit by a vehicle midway. The scene abruptly cuts to the day he met Feng Lan for the first time. She looks at him and smiles, while Pei Wei cries, overwhelmed to see her after so long. We can assume that after Pei Wei was hit by the vehicle, Shu Li revived him using the remote. Many fans believe since the remote hadn't been used for a long time, it was still set on the date when Pei Wei met Feng Lan. Hence, when Shu Li hurriedly pressed it to save her son, she accidentally sent him to the past.
The device attached to this mouse's head can wirelessly inject drugs deep into its brain at the click of a button. Scientists from the universities of Washington and Illinois say it can both shine light pulses onto brain cells and deliver drugs. The remote-controlled device has an ultra-thin probe, smaller than the width of a human hair, which is implanted into the brain. It's powered by a tiny battery with drugs contained in small reservoirs. Its microfluidic channels can administer drugs, while a tiny LED delivers photostimulation. Here, the mouse on the right was made to walk in circles after a drug was injected into specific brain cells. Other tests use pulses from the tiny LED to stimulate the neurons of mice engineered to respond to light. The scientists say they were able to determine the path a mouse walked when they stimulated the brain in different ways. Their implant, they say, is less damaging to brain tissue than the metal tubes, or cannulas, scientists typically use to inject drugs.
The stuff of a Hollywood movie, but a group of veterans has filed a lawsuit against the CIA and U.S. Army, claiming that the government planted remote-control devices in their brains. The claims relate to a government program at the U.S. Army's Edgewood Arsenal in Maryland, where scientists tested hundreds of chemical and biological substances on at least 7,800 servicemen. So could this really be happening? Well, joining me to help discuss this is attorney Gordon Erspommer from San Francisco, California. So, Mr. Erspommer, you represent these veterans who have filed the lawsuit. What kinds of things have they told you about what happened to them?
Well, there are a variety of different circumstances they found themselves in, but one man, for example, was given a very potent hallucinogenic drug in a very high dose and left by himself, and he saw bugs under his fingernails, and he ended up taking a razor blade out of his mess kit and tearing out his fingernails under the influence of this psychotic drug. You mentioned the brain implants. So one of the plaintiffs has a brain implant that was pushed up his nose to the edge of his frontal lobe, and it is right on the periphery of his sinus cavity, and we believe it is a radio transmitter that enabled the government to remotely control his behavior. There are lots of other similar stories, but they tested hundreds and hundreds of different biological substances, such as anthrax, and chemical substances such as nerve gas, psychochemicals, a whole variety of psychochemicals, and they did this all in total secrecy for a period of over 20 years.
And as far as I understand, your clients can't get any monetary compensation from the CIA. So what exactly are you guys hoping for then? And explain to me a little bit why they can't get that monetary compensation.
Okay. Well, veterans are in a peculiar class in this country. Everyone else can sue under the Federal Tort Claims Act if the government does something bad to them, except veterans. And this is called the Ferris Doctrine because the U.S. Supreme Court in 1950 decided that veterans were somehow excluded from being able to sue under the Federal Tort Claims Act. And so a veteran cannot seek damages against the government. All the cases get thrown out. And part of the purpose of our case is to try to challenge that doctrine because it was not legislative. It was created by the U.S. Supreme Court during the middle of the Cold War. What we do seek in the case, in addition to challenging the Ferris Doctrine, is there are Army regulations that require medical care to be provided for all casualties of the program, of the human experimentation program, and also that require notice to each of the involved individuals as to what substance they got, because they don't know what was the dose they got, how concentrated, and what are the known health effects. So we are asking for all relief in all those areas. Notification of every veteran, or if deceased, his next of kin, provide health care to them free of charge for the conditions associated with their exposure, and also to be released from the secrecy oaths that were exacted from them. They cannot talk about their experience. They were all sworn to secrecy and gave secrecy oaths which the government is still trying to enforce,
right.
30, 40 years later.
Yeah, and speaking of that secrecy, how tough has it been to go up against the CIA? I'm guessing they probably don't want to talk too much about this.
Well, the discovery in the first year and a half of the case has been almost impossible against the CIA. They have not participated in discovery. The magistrate judge just ordered them finally to respond to our document requests, but it has been a total lack of cooperation from the CIA. And frankly, the rest of the defendants are not much better. The Army and the Department of Defense have been resisting discovery at every moment as well. So it's been a very difficult case. They're claiming executive privilege and top secret classification and just about every other imaginable objection to discovery.
And I interviewed someone in one of our earlier shows who said they believe programs like this still exist today. What do you think? Do you think it's more commonplace than people would think?
I personally believe that the program exists today, but with the different forms of consent. The issues of consent are also part of our case. I should have mentioned that, but informed consent. But they did these tests without telling anyone what they were getting, what the health effects were, and then they just discharged them and never followed up. Today, I think the program does go on today. There are, I hear about VA, veterans from VA domiciliaries, rest homes being used. There's a lot of research that's being conducted, but probably under conditions where they sign the right form at least to consent to being experimented upon.
Yeah, I was going to say, some people who hear about this case might say, hey, these guys volunteered for experiments, right? They should have known that, what they were doing.
Well, there's a lot of problems with the consent. They were told that what they'd be testing was new kinds of gas masks and protective clothing for soldiers for a chemical warfare or biological warfare. And once they got to the Edgewood Arsenal or one of a number of other sites, they kind of did a bait and switch on them And suddenly they found themselves in gas chambers where they were using tear gas or mustard gas or VV gas, the so-called V gas, which is a nerve gas. And the consents that they signed did not identify what they were going to be exposed to. They just said, I agree to participate in this program.
Yeah.
And they used all kinds of things that lured them into it by telling them, oh, you only have to work 4 days a week, and there's no KP duty, and so on and so forth. And so they actually were recruited under false pretenses, and none of them knew what they were getting into.
It's really, really shocking stuff, and of course we're going to continue to follow this case. That was attorney Gordon Erspalmer from San Francisco, California.
Elon Musk's Neuralink has just dropped a huge announcement about the details of their first ever human trial for their revolutionary brain implant device, and revealed who the first Neuralink users will be. In a recent announcement, Neuralink has confirmed that they are actively recruiting the first human test subjects for their N1 brain-computer interface device and R1 surgical robot procedure. The company revealed that an independent institutional review board has granted them full approval to begin the process of selecting their first ever human patients for a clinical trial which is now known as the PRIME study, short for Precise Robotically Implanted Brain-Computer Interface. This will be a groundbreaking investigational medical device trial of Neuralink's fully implantable wireless brain-computer interface, and it's expected that the first human trial will take up to 6 years for Neuralink to complete and verify their findings. The primary study period will take place over the first 18 months after the device has been implanted. Patients will check in with a medical team every 2 months to monitor progress and ensure the Neuralink device continues to work as intended. 1-hour BCI research sessions with the Neuralink team will be completed at least 2 times per week for every patient for the duration of the 18-month primary study. The long-term follow-up phase of the trial begins immediately after the primary study and will continue with 4 clinical visits per year over the course of the next 5 years. The aim of the PRIME study will be to evaluate the safety of both the N1 implant and R1 surgical robot, then assess the initial functionality of the Neuralink technology for enabling people with full body paralysis to control external devices with their thoughts. One of the most fascinating aspects of this study will be the first use of the Neuralink R1 robot on a human patient. The R1 is a sewing machine-like device that places the N1 implant's ultrafine and flexible threads into the motor cortex of the brain. This is the area that controls your intention of movement. Each patient in the study group, which will likely be around 10 people at most, probably less, will have a flap of skin cut away from their skull by a human surgeon who will then use a cutting tool to remove a circular section of the skull just large enough to fit the Neuralink device. From there, the surgeon may or may not also remove the layer of soft tissue that separates the brain from the skull. This is known as the dura. And Neuralink has said in the past that early versions of their procedure have not been able to penetrate through the dura layer, and that necessitates the removal. But future updates to the procedure will allow the protective dura to stay in place, and the threads of the Neuralink device will penetrate through the layer as well. At this point, the Neuralink will use an advanced targeting computer to place a total of 64 electrode threads directly into the outer layer of the brain, penetrating only a couple of millimeters deep. This will be done with a level of precision that avoids any rupture of the blood vessels that flow through the brain tissue. Once the threads are inserted, the N1 device is placed inside the void of the skull, and the skin flap is replaced and sewn shut. The first of its kind surgical procedure will allow the N1 implant to be cosmetically invisible underneath the patient's skin, while still being able to transmit and record brain signals wirelessly through Bluetooth connection to Neuralink's own smartphone app that will decode the movement intention from the cortex and translate it into computer input commands. The initial goal of the PRIME study is to grant people the ability to control a computer cursor and keyboard using their thoughts alone. Neuralink founder Elon Musk was quick to promote the Neuralink trial on his social media platform now known as X. Elon wrote, "The first human patient will soon receive a Neuralink device. This ultimately has the potential to restore full body movement. Musk also sees the opportunity to remind people that his long-term goal with Neuralink has always been and continues to be a device that will bridge the gap between the human brain and artificial general intelligence. Elon wrote, "In the long term, Neuralink hopes to play a role in AI risk civilization risk reduction by improving human to AI and human to human bandwidth by several orders of magnitude." Now, that sounds a bit crazy, but what he means is that a device like Neuralink can eliminate the input lag between human thought and computer action. So, imagine a point in the future where we have created the first ever thinking machine, a super intelligent computer that can process terabytes worth of information in a single second. How could a human being possibly keep up with something like that? Typing into a keyboard would not be anywhere near fast enough. Even spoken language wouldn't be enough. We would need a direct and instantaneous high bandwidth connection between the human mind and the AI. Otherwise, it will probably get bored of us pretty quickly, and then we end up living out the plot of Terminator or The Matrix. Anyway, Elon concluded his thought by saying, "Imagine if Stephen Hawking had this." And that's really getting back towards the most practical application here. Even with a significant limitation on his ability to communicate, Stephen Hawking continued to be regarded as one of the most important minds in human history, and he was massively influential to the field of theoretical physics and cosmology. Now just imagine if we could have removed that limitation on his ability to communicate the ideas in his brain to the wider world. Just think about everything that tends to get lost when we try to communicate our thoughts, ideas, and feelings into conventional language, and imagine the power of the human mind if you could remove that filter entirely. This is something that Neuralink can achieve, and it can do much more. Elon Musk followed up to include his theory that a Neuralink implant can be used in combination with the humanoid robotic technology that Tesla is developing for their Optimus robot. Elon gave the specific example of Luke Skywalker. At the end of Empire Strikes Back, Luke is fitted with a robotic hand that functions identically to the one that was chopped off by Darth Vader. Neuralink technology could be used to bridge the physical gap between man and machine, allowing people to transcend the human condition and the frailties of the biological form. In their announcement, Neuralink states that they are specifically looking for trial subjects who suffer from quadriplegia due to a cervical spinal cord injury or amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, also known as ALS or Lou Gehrig's disease. These would be people who have little to no control over any body movement from the neck down. Typically, the only way that patients in this condition can use an electrical device like a computer is with a specialty hardware like a head mouse, which is a camera system that tracks the movement of a person's forehead and translates it into a movement on a cursor on a computer screen. Eye tracking systems can also be used to similar effect, but they're very expensive, usually running between $7,000 and $17,000. On the lower end of the price scale, there are tongue-operated computer mouse options for people living with ALS. Obviously, none of these options are ideal, and they're also not capable of granting the patient full control over any electronic device in the same way that an able-bodied person would. Neuralink has the potential to offer a complete solution to this one very significant problem. Neuralink will not heal a spinal cord injury, and it will not reverse the degenerative effect of ALS, but it can help people to live a more dignified and fulfilling life through an enhanced ability to communicate with the outside world. This is something that Neuralink has already shown through their trials with the macaque monkeys. If a monkey can use their Neuralink to play Pong, then there's no reason to think that a human being could not use that same technology to fully control a computer. And this is only the beginning. Elon Musk has long believed that Neuralink can reverse the effects of a spinal cord injury, and he's gone as far as to theorize that Neuralink technology could reverse the degenerative effects of a brain disease like ALS, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's, or even Alzheimer's. Now, to be clear, these are much more speculative claims. The biggest problem we face is that even our top scientists do not fully know what even causes many of these diseases, let alone how we might ever be able to correct them. But this is the kind of study that Neuralink might be able to pursue in the future if they are successful in their first clinical trial. For anyone who thinks they might qualify for a Neuralink trial, there is a patient registry that you can join. This is for both current and future clinical trials. Neuralink uses their patient registry to understand the needs of a larger and more diverse group of individuals with various disability conditions. The registry is open to anyone within the United States who is at least 18 years of age and suffers from quadriplegia, paraplegia, vision loss, hearing loss, the inability to speak, or major limb amputation.
Misschien zegt hij nu in het Japans, ik wil niet. En dan zegt die professor, je moet. En dan pakt de professor, die pakt nu knoert van een afstandsbediening. And you're pushing him now to left and to right.
Yes.
You're pushing him off balance. He does this, but he feels like he is standing upright.
Yeah, upright.
I understand. And with this, you're confusing his balance system. Can I do? Okay. Doe arigato. Het is toch... Hij kijkt niet naar me. Hij ziet niet wat ik doe. En kijk, ik doe nu naar links, dan gaat hij naar rechts als het goed is. Hij verstaat geen Nederlands. Kijk, daar gaat hij. Zie je, hij kan niet blijven staan.
You want us more
Ja?
Outside?
Outside. En hij doet zijn best om rechtdoor te lopen. Weer naar links, nu gaat hij het gras op. Let op. Oh, ja, dat is goed. En nu gaat het.
弱い電流を、耳の両側の後ろの間を流しているわけです。そのプラス極の方に向かって、人は、ある種の錯覚として加速度を感じる。で、その状態に、従って人は傾いて立とうとする。その状態で歩くとそちらに曲がるという、メカニズムになります。
Can I have wear the things?
Yeah.
Ik vertrouw het wel, maar het is wel heel gek. Die mensen zien er wel serieus uit, maar als je het ziet, geloof je het eigenlijk niet. Dan denk je, ja, dat kan niet. Hoe kan je nou iemand dwingen of manipuleren om een bepaalde kant uit te lopen? Nu voelt het, ja, nu voel ik het. Ja, als ik mijn ogen dicht doe, dan is het echt. Ja, dit voelt toch het.
Voices feel like mind rape. It just feels like there's somebody raping you. They're inserting thoughts into your mind. You don't want them there. It's basically the same as rape. But the thing is, I can't call the cops and say, hey, I've been mind raped. If something like that happens to a woman, they can call the cops and they can get that moron that did that. The voices have called it the perfect crime. They feel they never can get caught.
My guest, Nick, says he hears voices in his head all day, every day, but says he had bet $1 million that he is not schizophrenic. Now, Nick's mom, Reza, wrote to the show 21 times pleading for help for Nick. Nick says he believes the voices stem from a microchip that was implanted in his body some years ago after he was drugged by someone he thought was a friend.
I need help with this. This is serious. It's a very serious problem. 5 years ago, a friend of mine drugged me. 5 days went by. I was unconscious. I couldn't move. I woke up in a motel room. I was pretty much left for dead. During that time while I was unconscious, I believe he put a chip in me. I believe there is a chip somewhere in my body. I'm not sure where. When I started hearing voices, I picked up the computer and Googled hearing voices. That's what led me into the electronic harassment. But I don't believe it's the military doing it to me. I suspect that attackers are using government satellites to be able to insert voices into my head.
I don't know about Nick being drugged. I just know I don't believe there was a chip implanted.
These voices are a mental thing, not a chip. He's not being harassed. There are no radio frequencies bombarding him.
I think Nick has schizophrenia from what I've researched.
Nick doesn't want to admit that this could be schizophrenia, but it does run in my side of the family.
It's it's really a hard thing to believe. If I wasn't going through it myself, it would be a hard thing for me to believe.
Well, I'm back with Nick, and I'm also joined by his mother, Reason, his father, Kelly, and his sister, Jenna. How are the voices treating you right now, for example?
I don't hear a thing right now.
How have they been since you've come here to L.A.?
Quiet.
It's been quiet?
Yes, sir.
It's been quieter since you've come here?
Yeah,
why?
I don't know that for sure, but I will intervene and say I did get married, and on my honeymoon, I did not hear anything. But that's like the only week I didn't hear anything.
And you haven't heard them much here either?
Yes, sir.
Right, so on your honeymoon, no, and here, no.
Right.
Rest of the time, yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, if this is electronic harassment, and if that's the case, why did they turn that off now?
I don't know the answer to that. You know, possibly to hear what you're saying, hear what we're talking about.
And if they're wanting to control you, seems like I'd be the last guy they would want you talking to. Wouldn't they try to keep you from getting help, from coming here?
Yeah, they put death threats on me coming out here.
Yeah, what'd they say?
We'll kill your family.
So they've had control of you for 3 years.
Well, they think they got control of me. I mean, I'm strong enough willed to know.
But they've had this planted in you for 3 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what have they gained? What have they accomplished?
I understand what you're saying. It would seem like it'd be a monetary value or something.
Well, anything.
You would think they'd want something like that. I don't know. I don't know if they're jealousy, possibly. I mean, I don't know the answers coming from them, or why they're doing it. I'm in the dark.
Now, you've tried to barter with these harassers, right? What have you done to try to buy your way out of this?
I put 20 grand in the mailbox.
You put 20 grand in the mailbox?
Yep.
You just went out and put it in the mailbox?
I sat there in the window and watched it.
Did you watch to see it?
Yeah, I watched it.
And nobody came?
Nobody came.
And you said, I'm putting 20 grand in the mailbox. It's yours if you want it.
Leave me alone, leave my family alone.
Leave me alone, take the money, and go. You win, take the money.
Technological advances are exciting, and one of the highlights of the modern era is artificial intelligence. And one of the field that has gathered a lot of eyeballs and raised a few eyebrows, in fact, is that of neural interface. Hello and welcome to TV9 News. I'm your host Ashish Parekh, and this video we'll be discussing about Facebook's secret device which will be able to read your minds. Yes, it all started with a leaked audio clip of a recent private Facebook meeting in which the company briefed its employees about its secretive plans to release a mind-reading device. Now, in this recording, which has been obtained by BuzzFeed News, Facebook's Chief Technological Officer Mike Schroeffer explained how a neural sensor would translate people's thoughts into computer commands, such as typing or holding a virtual object in a video game. Now, there have been rumors about Facebook building a device like this for years now, but only now do we have a proper confirmation about it. So what will this device look like? Would you have to get a surgery to get this device, or what exactly are the features? Well, the device would be non-invasive. That means that there won't be any chip inserted in your brain like the Neuralink device which is being made by the company which is headed by Elon Musk. Now, this will be an external device that will read your thoughts and then take actions based on that. Now, to understand more about what Facebook is exactly trying to do, let's take a look at a bit of history in the past about this particular device. Now, last year, Facebook bought a neural interface startup called as CTRL Labs in a deal which was estimated to be around $1 billion. Now, this US-based startup, which at the time of acquisition, it was working on a high-tech wristband at the time of the takeover, and then it claimed that this wristband could measure neural activity from physical gestures and then translate it into computer controls. Earlier in 2019, in fact, Facebook divulged details about a separate type of brain-computer interface which could use a headset instead of a wristband to read your thoughts. In fact, after that, in a paper which was published in Nature Communications, Facebook researchers described how the headset that they were planning to build relied on an algorithm which was capable of decoding your brain activity and then instantly transcribing what a person is trying to say into text. Now, this non-invasive wearable device could already recognize a small set of words and phrases when they in fact went into publication and when they gave out details about this. But then again, there are a lot of issues with every technology, and while this technology sounds amazing, the fact that this is being proposed by Facebook raises a lot of questions, especially because of the fact that the company does not really have the greatest of histories as far as privacy is concerned. It has a very dodgy history as far as privacy, user privacy is concerned. Now, addressing these issues, the Facebook CTO said, and I quote, "We have to build responsibly to earn trust and right to continue to grow. It's imperative that we get this right so that people around the world get all of these amazing technologies without experiencing the downside." So clearly Facebook is planning to build something over here which can read your thoughts and then translate it into action on your computer. Whether this will somehow go ahead and invade into your thoughts, invade into your privacy, and then use this data to manipulate various other contents, online gamings, and all those other sort of aspects that a lot of people are concerned about, well, that's a far-fetched idea. But at this point in time, it is confirmed that Facebook is working on a secretive device that can read your minds and then transcribe it into text, convert it into text, and then all of that can be made into a proper command control on your computer. What do you think of this particular technology that Facebook is planning to build? Do you think this is the next big step as far as technology is concerned, or do you think this is another big blunder by Facebook and by these tech giants which are risking user privacy at the cost of innovation? Do let us know your thoughts in the comment section below, and also do not forget to like, share, and subscribe to TV9 Digital. Thanks a lot for watching.
You could take a pill that would make you smarter and live longer, would you? That's the promise of smart drugs, a part of the biohacking trend that's blowing up around the world. I'm a futurist. I fly all over the world most weeks as a keynote speaker and media personality.
I've got to start with futurist. This is the thing. This is a profession. This is your profession. What is it?
Yeah, so I got hugely curious about the world of technology, and since the age of 10 I've been on computers, but really worrying about how technology changes the dynamics of how we interact. I spend many hours every day producing podcasts, doing conferences, speaking at places. This is one of the coolest things I think that I've read about most recently. There's this new trend that's gaining popularity right now. It's called biohacking, and it's changing how we operate in the world.
We can think of our bodies as computer systems. So why not make every possible effort to optimize our inputs?
So biohacking is a combination of supplements, treatments, and smart drugs that make you smarter, stronger, and hopes to make you live longer.
Used to be the stuff of science fiction depicted in films like Limitless. But this is real. It's a reality which fuels some of the most successful and creative people in San Francisco. I wanted to find out if they work for me.
I travel for work and it gets stressful, especially because I work a lot. But then so does everyone else these days. It's the new normal. In the year of 2017, I'd done 50 keynotes, over 40 flights. I had no time for relationships. I was single for over 2 years. It was week in, week out, bounce, 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 and I never stopped. It's like you've been like holding your breath for 8 hours and then suddenly you relax, but your body's completely shattered.
Huh? What? Oh man, I was just about going off then.
It was really, really tough, and you get to a point, I like to call it peak stress. I burnt out really bad before, like to the point of thinking that like things were gonna go very negatively, like health-wise. So I'm not gonna let that happen again.
Hello?
Hey, Douglas. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, it's been busy. I've been flying around. I really need to use new thinking if I want to survive the upcoming speaking season. I decided to look into nootropics, or smart drugs as they're known. Designed to improve cognitive thinking, it would be cool to think that I could maintain an edge on demand. A lot of white-collar workers like developers, designers, and engineers use this. The global cognitive supplement market was $2.3 billion in 2015, and that's going to rise to $11 billion by 2025. I thought maybe there's an opportunity. Maybe the smart drugs can help me work faster, do more, and not be so tired. And that sort of really started getting me to ask the questions around, what can smart drugs do for me? So I went down to San Francisco and Silicon Valley, to the heart of the biohacking scene, to check out what's really going on. It's like going to the mecca of technology and new thinking, right? The West Coast. You know, this is where the counterculture really kicked in. It was the birthplace of the personal computer. You just feel that there's a frisson of collective energy around innovation. People are willing to take big chances, funding technologies that are going to change the world, and that's bled through into this cognitive supplement or nootropic market. And I think that that's really exciting. There's a range of nootropic and smart drug companies out there. One of the most talked about is a company called Human. It's gotten a bunch of venture capital funding from some very well-known investors. I felt like there's definitely potential there.
Hey, welcome to our San Francisco office.
Thank you.
Feel free to put your bag down.
Thanks.
You can see our different suite of products, from Go Cubes, our chewable coffee. A nickname for this is like coffee that you can't spill. Right? And then you have our mainstay entry into the nootropic space, the NutriBox Full Stack, which consists of 2 chronic daily nootropic stacks, which are Rise and Keto, and then what we call like acute nootropics, Sprint and Yawn.
Right.
Sprint, kind of a more intellectualized version of Go Cubes, and then Yawn, optimizing sleep.
You know, let's go for it.
Cool.
Okay, so just take one of these. And
2 of those.
2 of these.
Yes.
And these just like help give me that edge, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I got some trepidation about taking these, but like I'm going to trust you on this.
Yeah, no, everything that we sell and manufacture is FDA generally regarded as safe, so very low side effect profiles.
Nothing bad's going to happen to me.
You're in good hands.
Just positive effects, right?
Yes.
Okay, step 1.
Good.
That's done. And then we get into the Keto
Yes.
as well, the Keto 3.
Yes.
Okay, here goes nothing. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
You know, in a short while, and I want to
be in flow state.
Flow state. Get through some work. Do a bunch of research that I need to get done for the presentations I've got this week. So yeah, this is where I get into Sprint, right?
Yes.
Okay, ready?
Yep. Cheers.
Cheers. So okay, so that's the full stack, right?
I see the future of biohacking as having just full-time continuous control and understanding of your system. So that to me means that you have a dashboard of all your key biomarkers, glucose, ketones, things like cortisol, hormones, etc. And having a toolkit of different interventions that can manipulate those biomarkers. For a human ketone, for example, I like to tell people to actually do finger sticks to measure blood glucose and blood ketone levels and actually measure that. The military has always had a very keen interest in enhanced human performance. Our ketone ester drink, that technology originated from a DARPA program to develop superfuels to enhance warfighter performance, especially physically and cognitively demanding missions. Nootropics to me really are an extension of what I think is a core human instinct. I think what distinguishes us with other animals on this planet is our desire to manipulate our environment in more broad and general ways. I mean, we're a species that, started off as a little more than advanced monkeys, and we're in, these concrete forests now. So I think nootropics, extending our ability to conquer and manipulate things with our mind, is core to being human. In the 70s and 80s, there was the homebrew computing club in Silicon Valley with weird computer hackers tinkering on silicon parts. And I really see biohackers as the intellectual descendants of the homebrew computing club, where instead of hacking on silicon parts, we're now hacking on our own biology. And I think if we do our jobs right, everyone will incorporate parts of biohacking in their life.
So I'm going to try these Rise and Keto 3 pills. Let's see if I get smarter. I doubled down on the Rise and the Keto 3. That didn't really give me anything, I think a little bit of more awareness. Didn't feel super strong. And then a little later, I actually delved into the Sprint. And it was pretty different. It's got a lot of caffeine in it. It felt super uncomfortable for the first sort of 30 minutes. For me, anyway, I've got quite a big reaction to caffeine. It didn't feel so comfortable for me. I wanted to find something that had an immediate effect without making me feel jittery. I knew there were other kind of supplements that didn't actually include caffeine. I read about Eric Matzner, this rebel alt-thinking San Francisco guy. He didn't want to be associated with other nootropics companies. He's out there running his own race and flying his own flag.
So my office is in the Mission in San Francisco.
Hey, Zoe.
It is the world's first nootropics store, and it's the world's first nootropics store inside a bikini store. Nutro's my own company, founder, CEO. I like to be hands-on with it and kind of see who's ordering, what they're doing. I like to answer the customer service emails and things, and because I can type 150 words a minute, I can just fire off a response, 3 times the normal speed of a customer service agent. Probably types about 50 words a minute. The nootropics power me to run it and are something that I take every day as I work on it. So this is a game called Type Racer, and I can measure my typing, and I have like an actual score from when I first started. You can see I went from like 85 to like 140 on here, where I've increased my typing speed to what is considered the 99.9 percentile. And this is what biohacking is about, is taking that thing, measuring it so you can then track your improvement over time. I gravitate towards the fastest cities in the world. About 5 or 6 years ago, I was living in New York. I was working on a startup. And when I started back then, there was really nothing but like Mylar bags of powder from China. And you didn't know what you're getting and if it's dangerous, if it's been tested. And so I started making my own pill. But when you have a scale and you're sitting in the office weighing out powders or something, it doesn't necessarily look good. I also had friends who were seeing my own performance gain, saying, how can I get access to what you have. This is kind of unfair. So I started making it for my friends and then kind of branched out from there and have come a long way since on the 4th and 5th version of it.
Hey Eric, how's it going, man?
Good. How you doing?
Yeah,
Come
good.
on up.
Okay, so this is it.
Welcome to my supplement regiment area. My day starts with the Neutro every day. I mean, honestly, that's the beauty of a Neutro, is that you don't have to think about it. I could go for a gold now. Coenzyme Q10 is part of the mitochondrial biogenesis chain. This will turn into something called ubiquinol, which will then give off an electron to start the electron transport chain. I like acetyl L-carnitine, works with the mitochondria. I like creatine a lot. This thing will make your skin tingle. Ow. Look at this color. See how dark it is?
Yeah.
So it's going to oxidize really quickly. Quercetin's a really nice one. It's like every flower and plant has quercetin in it. And this is really nice synergy with bromelain, and these are like enzymes. And this is pretty experimental and was shipped to me off of somebody on the internet. These are peptides for the eye. These are from Russia, straight up in Russian. This one has some properties with the male sexual reproductive benefits as well.
Yeah.
Because I take so many, I have to do like big handfuls.
Whoa! Seriously? So that's something,
around
that was something like
that.
12, 13 pills, right? This feels pretty extreme. Who is the target audience for this?
We have a lot of customers here in Silicon Valley from all the different major companies. And, you know, they're working on things that can save people tons of time, that can help connect you with a charity, that can help put you in an autonomous car so you don't risk your life. Everybody that's working on something that can affect the greater society is kind of what I hope to help them achieve so that they're having a greater impact.
At the beginning, I was originally skeptical of Eric and Neutro. He wants to live forever. He wants to live as long as he can, right? So, are some of these people crazy? Well, you know, here's to the crazy ones, right? That's the mantra of the past, like, 3 or 4 years. It's like, we need to prevent, you know, the onset of aging. Some very famous futurists like Ray Kurzweil have got a huge regime around supplements. We're talking like over 100 pills a day now. These guys are onto something. These are some of the smartest men and women in the world. So yeah, let's pay some attention to that, right? Just like a true biohacker, I started my own spreadsheet, entered all my information to see how I was progressing. Okay, I feel pretty hyped up. I gotta do some stuff now. I'm just fucking buzzing my ass off over here, right? I can't sit down even. I'm like,
how many of those?
Just one. I need a way to be able to like run around and use a laptop at the same time. So maybe that's it. Maybe I need to go to the gym and put my laptop on it and go running. Yeah. Like what? Yeah. Actually, what's like that? The way that I liken it to is you take all the energy that you've got available to you and you burn it in a very, very short amount of time. So your physicality, your focus, kind of felt like I could really go bigger. That's really interesting. I normally suck at press-ups as well. Caffeine and some phenylpiracetam makes me feel sassy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Nicholas Badminton.
you very much. Thank you. Okay. Okay. People can hear me. How's it going so far? It's pretty good so far today, right? 3 people are ready. Are we ready? Okay. I actually chose to do a keynote. My friend introduced me on stage, and about an hour before we both did a gold pill from Neutro, and I don't think I can use it when I'm speaking on stage. You know, people were saying like, oh, you know, you've got like 2 minutes left, and I had at least 15 minutes left on my keynote because I was talking and talking and talking. I think that's part of like the focused in, because you go into yourself and then you get into the work. But you've got to have a broader perspective when you're speaking on stage. You need to be a little bit more aware. I need to have that outward looking vision a little bit more. The Neutro Gold is a big nootropic, you know, like a big bold red wine. And it's quite powerful. So I don't always want that every single day. I've been mixing different pills on my own, and all my doctor could tell me was to be careful. Nootropics are like the wild, wild west of supplements. A lot of this is unregulated. Maybe I should try something else apart from these pills. There's other ways to biohack aside from taking those things. I'm gonna go back and see Jeff and his team at Human. They fast regularly, and I think I'm gonna try it too.
Fasting has been a huge anchor of our company and really the community of biohackers in San Francisco and abroad.
Yeah.
When we first started fasting 2 years ago, it was just a few of us at the company, and now we have tens of thousands of people in our online communities fasting with us every single week.
Yeah, so fasting meaning not eating for a specified amount of time, like say 24 hours or 36 hours, in some cases even longer.
Yeah,
right?
so no calories, just water.
Just water?
Yeah.
Right, okay. So I've never done that before. So I'm sort of keen to try the fasting as well, and I think, what can I expect from that? Because I don't do so well when I don't eat.
No bullshit. It's gonna suck when you first do it. I mean, I think when I first started fasting, it was hard. Our bodies are addicted to constantly eating something every couple hours. And that's based on being driven by carbohydrate and insulin on a roller coaster, up and down, up and down. The reason why we fast is not for weight management or weight loss. We fast because we want to live as long as possible, hopefully forever. Not just live forever, but also be very productive and cognitively focused while we live longer. Especially in our neck of the woods in Silicon Valley, getting that cognitive edge is huge. And I think nootropics and fasting are a couple very, very compelling ways to activate those pathways.
Right now in San Francisco, it's 57 degrees with mostly cloudy skies.
Start a 7-minute workout.
Welcome to 7-Minute Workout. Just say start workout.
Start workout. I am fairly driven, especially since I've been taking nootropics and specifically working to optimize myself. I've kind of built a daily routine that enhances my motivation and kind of lines me up so that I become task-oriented so that I can accomplish more. An average reading speed is about 300 to 400 words a minute. College professors at 500. I can read around 800 casually, and I can skim over 1,000. Sometimes I worried maybe that I'm too task focused, that I don't hang enough. You know, I made a resolution to hang out more this year. To help the biohacker movement, I run a Nootropics and Optimal Performance meetup. We also have just launched a meditation battle league, which I'm really excited about.
I signed up for this meditation deathmatch, and I really can't get my brain straight since I've been fasting. My brain goes in 500 different directions, and then someone walks by with a cheeseburger.
Georgie, did you want to sign up for the meditation battle?
Yes. I'm gonna kick your ass, man.
We'll put you in the bracket. It's for the end of the year party.
When you goad people, it's like, I'm so fucking relaxed, man. At the meditation battle, I met startup tech entrepreneur and biohacker named George. He's also a user of Eric's Nutri pills. George is experimenting with other optimizing techniques like LSD microdosing, and that's becoming popular in biohacking culture as well.
In Silicon Valley, this is a place filled with people who are unafraid to experiment. They will test things on themselves. It's kind of a biohacking capital of the world, really. Nootropics is something that I've experimented with When I'm not using that, I will use Adderall. And when I'm not using Adderall, shockingly, I'll be using LSD, tiny small doses of LSD. They call it microdosing. Microdosing is taking 1/10 of what is considered a party dose of either psilocybin from mushrooms, it can be LSD, in order to get a tiny benefit of the drug without going into full trip mode. The way to describe it, it does almost nothing for you. You can't even tell that you're on it. The irony is that you're able to get more done and feel more connected to your work, and you're like, wait, how did this even happen?
Hey, George. How you doing, man? Just wanted to let you know that on Saturday at 11, we're going to be doing our monthly Wim Hof meetup.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
And that's when we're going to freeze our asses off?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Cool, see you then.
George recommended I come down to the beach and meet a couple of his friends at another meetup. We're going to try out the Wim Hof method, another way of biohacking that uses breath work and freezing cold water immersion.
How you guys doing? Beautiful day.
Oh, what's up,
buddy?
man? How you
See
doing,
George?
buddy? How are you? Good to see you.
All right. So we're doing the Wim Hof breathing technique. And to start, we're going to have 4 sessions of about 40 breaths each. So each breath should be fully in. And then you let out about 70%. In the end, we're all going to jump into the ocean together, and we'll sit there for about 5 to 10 minutes and soak in. And if at some point when you're entering to the water, you feel like you're going to shiver, just try to consciously block that. All right, so just to begin, take 1 breath fully in, and then let go. Not all the way let go, just fully in. 70% out. Keep going. You might start realizing if you get lightheaded, it's perfectly normal. You get some tingling sensations, it's all very normal. Just stay relaxed. Last one, fully in. Fully let go. The most fun part is jumping into the water, into the cold water.
Yeah, right.
Fun, yeah. And then you just breathe through it and it works out. A lot of the work continues inside of the water.
I'm going to do it every single week.
All right. Yeah. Nice job.
It's true. It's insane. It's absolutely insane.
It's exhilarating.
Oh, I feel so energetic right now.
I got a real buzz from the Wim Hof method, so I decided to stay away from the pills. I'd agreed to meet Jeff and his team down at the Embarcadero. I didn't realize they wanted me to go jogging. I hate jogging on the best of days, and I really hate it now that I'm so hungry. Nothing will help me with jogging. Nothing. Someone could put $1 million on that bed and said, you have to jog to earn this $1 million, and I'll be like, I'm going to be over here like chilling out. Whatever. Have you heard the phrase jog on? It's an English phrase. Jog on means just get out of the way. Morning, team. How's it going?
Good.
Hey, how you doing?
What's going on? What's your name?
Justin.
Justin?
Howdy.
Yeah, you made it.
Fast go okay?
No,
How do you feel this morning?
I don't feel good. I didn't feel good yesterday. I was really
Good.
busy.
Let's run it off.
Who goes first? Come on, let's go. So we've all not eaten for 36 hours at this point, right?
Yeah, I haven't.
Solidarity. I'm not sure how these guys do this all the time. I don't run, and this feels like absolute torture. If this is the kind of thing you have to do, starve yourself and then run around and exercise to live forever, I don't know. I think you can count me out of that.
Finish line. Ooh. Yay.
Another article about fasting, clearly with a picture of someone that probably has never fasted in their life and never needs to. I felt awful at the end of the fast. It felt too long, and it just felt that it didn't really do much for my body. It made my mind really foggy. It's tough. It's mentally tough. And when things are mentally tough and you're trying to use your brain to do mental activities, it seems counterintuitive.
I was thinking it in the car. I was like, why the fuck am I doing this? It doesn't make any sense. It seems like it's a gimmick. Like it's a story I tell my friends to be part of a gang. Doing it for the sake of being part of a technocracy, an ultimate society trying to improve themselves. I don't know. It seems to be disingenuous. I don't feel happier. I don't feel more productive. I don't feel more enlightened. It's not giving me some breakthrough moment. Hashtag life, hashtag fasting, hashtag bullshit.
I came down here to find out more about smart drugs, not to starve myself. So I broke my fast in a big way, and now it's time to hit the road. Busy season is back on.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah. Okay, Paris. Yeah, I can make Paris on the 12th. Who am I going to be speaking to?
I've got a bunch of new engagements. I'm going to need some of these nootropics to help me stay on top of my game. In the next month, I'm going to go from Paris to China to San Francisco and from Montreal to Toronto.
This is pretty much what my life feels like. Feels like I'm on a conveyor going from place to place most of the time.
The nootropics are helping me stay on top of my schedule, but I'm feeling super strung out and I'm certainly not getting the sleep that I need.
What brings you into town? What are you working on?
I'm running an event later today. Just traveled 6 hours from Montreal. Yeah, I was up at 3 a.m. this morning for some reason working, and I gotta keep going now. I'm a bit anxious about my talk tonight. I need to get a lot prepared for this one. With a little help from my nootropic friends. So I've been tracking what I've been taking on a pretty much a daily basis. When I've had tons of work to do, really needed to focus, I've always reached for the smart drugs. As you can see here, I've got like the Rise, Kado and Sprint from the Nutribox people. Silver's the phenylparacetam and the gold is the Nupep. So every time I've done these, I started off with the Sprint. So I mean, it was really rushy, lots of caffeine, ripped into a Neutro Silver, amazing focus. It felt really, really good. But then about 4 or 5 days later, I decided to get into the Nupep booster, and this was the one that just made me think better. Everyone's different with smart drugs, and this was the one that's like, oh wow, I'm feeling creative. You know, I'm coming up with new ideas. But on this trip, I wouldn't mind an extra boost. I've heard about an even more powerful smart drug, modafinil. It's prescription. It's something that's engineered a little bit more. It's definitely a focused, drug versus a smart drug, but it sort of falls into that category. Everyone's been talking about modafinil. Everyone. One of my friends was like, if I want to get work done and just be left alone for 2 days, they just do modafinil. If they need to code
and code and code and code. That's it. That's everything else just doesn't give them the urgency and the focus that they've had before. Modafinil is a prescription drug, and rightly so, but people have been going online and ordering it for themselves for off-label use. It was amazing, really. A half hour after taking it, I was intensely zoned in on my presentation. I had new ideas and I was completing it at a way faster rate than I'd expected.
So what you working on there?
I'm just writing out the introduction to my presentation. Really, I don't really want to talk to anyone right now. Yeah, that's it. With hardly any sleep in the last 2 days, modafinil's still working. I hope it continues through to this evening. I met another futurist called Dre LeBray, and he was like me. He came from advertising and data and whatever, and now he's a futurist. And he goes, I love doing what you're doing. We should do your events here.
Let's have some fun talking about the dark future.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Hi. Is that how you say good evening in Toronto? I'm being followed by a documentary crew at the moment doing smart drugs, and I took modafinil earlier today, so I'm going to talk really quickly, okay? The kids are all right. And do you know what? The kids are not all right. And this whole presentation's around what we should be really aware of. This is the world that we've created, and it's a happy-go-lucky place. Social media and networks and selfies. If you are sharing any information about your children from any point in their life, especially pictures, you're stealing your child's right to privacy. Are the kids all right? Well, I think it's a countdown, and I think it's a countdown to somewhere pretty dark. Well, that was an illuminating evening. My talk went off better than expected. I was focused, I was sharp. I've been up for 20 hours and the modafinil is still kicking ass.
What's your take on modafinil?
I don't know, I was running around doing stuff.
What time did you take it?
Around about midday.
Yeah, you'll be up for a while. It really promotes wakefulness.
Come to think about it, I don't feel tired at all.
Yeah, and at this time last night you were knackered.
Yeah, we were out until 9. Yeah. We're at dinner and I was like, oh. And I literally went home.
Hey Nick, so how you doing there?
It's late, I just want to go to sleep.
Oh.
Kind of restless though. Modafinil definitely keeps you awake, that's for sure. Yeah, more than anything else that I've tried. It hits you sideways. It hits you, and it doesn't, life feels a little off kilter and a little bit tweaky. So if I'm awake at 3, I'll be awake at like 9 a.m. And if I'm awake at 9 a.m., I'm awake for the rest of the day. And then by about 3 to 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, I'll be in quite a tough place. I'm probably going to sit down and do a bunch of writing now. But it's probably going to be shitty writing because I'm really tired. This is what biohacking is all about, which is like, you push yourself into situations and places where, that's it. Are you guys going to leave?
Or do I have to kick you out? Well, I'm done. I'm done. I don't need this anymore. Au revoir. If I have time in my life to reflect too much, you know, sometimes you want to avoid the hard questions you're working on personally. You know, it's like there's pressure, you know, when you're in your 40s and you're single and, you know, you hope to have a family and whatever, you put a lot of pressure on yourself. Keep yourself busy, then you don't think about those things, right? After a horrible night's sleep wired on modafinil, really made me think about the short-term gains of smart drugs. I'm feeling pretty stressed and close to burnout again. I gotta go and find a doctor that can tell me what I'm doing wrong. I spoke to some of my friends in San Francisco and they told me about a medical doctor that also knows about nootropics and biohacking called Molly Maloof. She looks at the balance of everything from normal functions of the body through to supplement and nootropic regimes that can help me. I really want to go and get some advice from her.
I can think of plenty of ways that people can get biohacking wrong. One of the first things is with fasting. A lot of people fast when they're really stressed out, and I'm just not convinced that that's great overall for cortisol balance because it puts your body under a state of fight or flight.
Hashtag fasting. Hashtag bullshit.
Another thing that people get wrong is they stack too many supplements all at the same time and have no idea which one is working. And a lot of people don't test before they take things. They just take things willy-nilly, thinking they have problems. Just like when you're trying to diagnose disease and treat disease, you want to know what the problem is. You don't want to just think you know what the problem is. You want to definitely know what you're trying to work on and then work towards that, rather than just trying to take things because you think you need them. What I've learned over the last few years and through medical school was that there's actually a science to wellness and optimizing health, and that it's just as measurable as diseases. And in fact, you can use a lot of the same tools and techniques that you use to interrogate for disease to understand how to optimize a person's body. A lot of people in San Francisco come to me and they already have spreadsheets of supplements that they're already taking. And what they come to me for is to help tweak that list, figure out what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, and to sort of offload some of the management of their health.
Molly made me fill out about 23 separate questionnaires about, you know, my lifestyle, the shape and style of my stools, a whole bunch of different things, just really trying to ascertain what's happening to my body. She also asked me to go and get around about 50 different tests, like blood tests, urine tests, and whatever. It's pretty scary to like suddenly walk in and they're taking like 10 vials of blood and whatever, and you're suddenly looking at things that you never looked at before. So, you know, the wonder of is there something wrong here, you know? So, but like she covers the bases. Hey, Molly.
Hi,
How's it going? Yeah, good to see you.
So I got your test results. I was just reviewing your questionnaires.
Okay, great.
And we have plenty to talk about today.
Perfect.
And what are you most concerned about?
I'm most concerned of burning out. I fly 40 or 50 times a year. I change time zones all the time, sometimes multiple times in a week. My insomnia is bad. I've been trying everything, you know, different kinds of things like fasting. I've been trying nootropics.
Yeah. Nootropics are interesting. The problem with some nootropics is that we don't always know exactly where they're made. A lot of these companies are online companies that are ordering research chemicals off the internet. When you take nootropics, always ask the person you're getting them from, even the websites, where do they make them? Right. You know, when do they expire? What are the risks? What are the benefits? What are the things that I should be concerned about? I think that nootropics are great, but I also think that a lot of people don't have the basics down. They're not doing the things that they need to do, like the sleep, the nutrition, the exercise, the stress management, and they're trying to take a shortcut. Right. Unfortunately, the shortcuts, they don't always work as well as the basics. So you have to have both. You've got a couple markers of oxidative stress and inflammation. Your CRP is 2.1, I'd like to see it 0.5. Your homocysteine is 11, and I'd like to see it 5 to 7. So we need to cut these in half at least. You have a history of smoking, right?
Yeah, that ended a couple of years ago.
Right.
But like casual smoking, that's still not an excuse, right?
Well, that's the thing, that's still
Yeah,
smoking.
yeah.
And the thing is that your body still has that toxic burden that you had from quitting 2 years ago. You also have elevated liver enzymes. So that's also possible that like with this constellation, it just tells me that like your body, your liver is working overtime right now. Getting the right kind of exercise for you is going to be key. You want to make sure you get a decent amount of yoga in, because as we get older, we become less flexible. Weightlifting is important for muscle growth and muscle density, and cardiovascular exercise for our heart. And then I'd like to get you to have at least a serving, 2 servings of vegetables per meal, if you can do that. I mean, that's going to be probably over like 6 to 8 servings of fruits and vegetables a day. But for you to just bump those up, that's going to help with that detoxification, because it's going to, the fiber is just going to be super helpful for your gut function.
Molly basically told me to ease off on the nootropics until I got some proper sleep. She made me change my diet and start exercising.
When I was back home for a couple of weeks, I had time to try out this new health regime. I started eating healthier and even started cooking for myself.
Good, nice, good. Rip the floor apart. Come on, Rick. Nice.
I work out twice a week with my trainer,
And done. Tight, here. A little bit better. Last one.
which is really hard to fit in with my travel, let me tell you.
Last one, let's try.
I was taking supplements as per Molly's suggestion, as well as adding some that Eric recommended. One for my liver detoxification, a myriad of vitamins, some magnesium, trying to boost my immune system and increase my energy. I also hooked up with nootropics when I needed to double down on work and when the schedule was getting tight.
Hi, how are you?
We're still actually looking for as well as an MC.
But to be honest about it, this extra health regime was just adding to my work, and my stress levels were just not reducing. In fact, I was getting more stressed trying to track my health on top of the busy work schedule, and I'd exhausted all the biohacking options out there. I mean, no doubt I was getting more physically fit, but I was still pretty worn out. I called Dr. Molly for some advice, and she recommended that I take a break and talk to a life coach down in San Francisco. Very West Coast indeed.
When you come into these types of situations, when you've tried everything, it often helps to take a step back and slow down and think about, or just not think, and have a practice of just being you. And it might be hard to know what that is at first. Tell me if there was a time when you haven't experienced this kind of state of burnout, or this feeling that you're getting close to burnout. Do you remember a time?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty tough. It's quite a long time ago. There were a couple of periods in my life where I just quit work just to write music for 6 months or a year.
So there you go.
So
music?
Maybe I go back to that. But I don't want to stop, right? You know, just being a workaholic and working so hard, it's I'm trying to avoid the situation I had when I was growing up, which I didn't have any money. And people around me would say, "Oh, you don't have anything," and I just work really hard to ensure that I have more than I need.
Getting vulnerable.
Yeah, getting vulnerable with it. Yeah, it feels very emotional when I talk about, you know, tapping into that. You work so hard because, you know, it's a direct visceral reaction to, you know, not having money when I was at university, not having money when I was growing up, never like having the abundance I saw people around me having. They were getting bought
Did anyone
new things,
make
right?
fun of you for it?
Oh, all the time.
There's a few things that I would recommend. Slow down. We are like going faster and faster and using these nootropics or supplements and psychedelics, for example, to accelerate and to improve and optimize. It seems mutually exclusive or at odds when we think about going back to the basics and reconnecting with ourselves.
For the last 8 months, I've been chasing my own tail, taking nootropics to do more work, but I've never really stopped to question why I'm working so hard. Maybe I need to stop more often and listen to my body instead of trying to bulldoze my way through.
So I've been traveling around North America and I've been getting involved in a scene called biohacking. I've met people that have encouraged me to get involved with everything from nootropics and smart drugs, sitting in hyperbaric chambers, putting cranial stimulation devices on my head to try and optimize who I am, more focus, more attention, more ability. And through all of this experimentation, it's made me realize something. We're not limitless as humans, nor should we be. And if we come back and focus in on who we are, that means that we can put into focus what we need to do with our culture and how that's changing with technology. We used to work with our hands, building things. And then we're in the knowledge economy right now, we're working with our heads. Going forward, we're going to work with our hearts. That's how the world is going to change. And that's the wisdom that we need to take us into the future.
We're headed into a brave new world. People expect us to do more and to be more and to achieve more. But we can't lose sight of who we really are. We're humans. We're mothers and fathers, we're family members. And that's what's really important in life.